hush fell over the ruby-strewn mud of the Trident in the wake of Robert Baratheon's defeat. The river still ran swift beneath its pale dawn mist. But there was no answering roar of the storm that had so long threatened to sweep away the last dragon. Instead, blackened banners sagged on soaked poles, waterlogged shields drifted like broken lilies, and the air was thick with a quiet as profound as a cathedral's silence after the tolling of a death bell. Rhaegar Targaryen stood alone upon the gravel bar where his own standard, three-headed red dragon on smoky silver, still clung stubbornly to its staff. The prince's polished breastplate, cracked but not sundered, mirrored the sunrise in blood-dark rivulets. He listened, not to the mourners, for there were none left to weep his passing. His own death had been forestalled, but to the hush itself, to the weight of the fates hanging in that soft river wind. Behind him, armored men searched among the reeds for survivors, but their boots moved softly, as though fearful of disturbing sacred ground. Rhaegar sucked in a long, deliberate breath that tasted of iron and cold dew. "You are hurt, my prince," said Sir Arthur Dayne, the dawn smudged with tarnish where he had parried the fat king's warhammer. "Let us bind your ribs before infection takes you." "Later," Rhaegar murmured. He raised a gauntleted hand, fingers trembling slightly, more from fatigue than fear. He had been certain of song and prophecy since boyhood, but prophecy had seldom smelled of churned mud and burnt flesh. Still, he must finish the lay he had begun. See to the banners first. I would have the dragon unveiled from horizon to horizon before the sun is full. "That'll Inchao." Dane sheathed on and bowed his head. The hush broke only at the distant crackle of torches relighting damp braziers. Across the river, Robert Baratheon lay motionless where the final hammer blow had glanced off Rhaegar's shield, and by a mere inch, opened an artery in the king's massive thigh. Robert's maesters, those who yet lived, labored helplessly on the opposite bank. But Rhaegar knew the wound's intent. It was no gentle parting. He had felt the hot spray of the Storm Lord's lifeblood upon his cheek as he riposted. The thunder had broken. The storm was spent. His men found them then. Two boys no older than squires, crouched by Robert's corpse as though in prayer. Rhaegar strode across the bridge of fallen lances and knelt beside the body. Robert's eyes stared skyward, unblinking, their once merry blue filmed with frost-like pallor. A strand of hair matted in blood clung to his brow. Rhaegar felt a pang, not hatred, but something heavier, a regret that could not be voiced. Robert had loved Lyanna, or thought he did, and some part of the tragedy felt of Rhaegar's own forging. "He was a mighty foe," he said, softly enough that only the boys heard. "I will see him buried at Storm's End with honors befitting a king, though he reigned but in rebellion." The taller boy, all freckles and terror, swallowed a sob. "Sir, your grace, my lord father fought for him. Will you spare our houses? I will have no children pay for their father's follies." Rhaegar replied, "Rise, deliver word to Lord Renly. Tell him the dragons seek no more blood this day." Bemikrindi. He watched them flee, gangly forms bounding through dawn vapor, like hares released from snare. Only when they vanished did he touch Robert's shoulder, whispering a single Valyrian phrase over the corpse. He left no token save the memory, and turned toward his own encampment. In the Red Keep, ravens arrived with tidings of the Trident before the ink on Maester Pycelle's parchment had dried. Queen Rhaella, pale beneath a gauze of age and grief, sat stiffly on the Iron Throne steps while Pycelle's quill scratched. "Victory, your grace," the Maester read aloud. Prince Rhaegar shattered Robert Baratheon's host before sunrise. Lord Stark taken captive. Lord Arryn fled. Tyrell banners marched to secure the Stormlands. He paused, wetting his lips. Lord Tywin's intent remains unclear. Rhaella's gaze drifted to the empty corridors where echoes carried rumors faster than parchment. But her son had returned from near death once before, at the Trident's prophecy of rubies. But this time, no rubies had spilled from his heart, only that of another. She clutched the arm of her throne harder. "We must prepare the city," she said. "He will ride hard." "Of course, your grace." "And his lady?" She closed her eyes briefly. "Lyanna Stark." The name beat behind her eyelids like moth wings. The girl lay in a guarded tower at Duskendale, under the watch of loyal retainers. No word had come save that she had survived childbirth, though her strength waxed and waned with each moon. The babe, half wolf, half dragon, had thrived, feeding greedily while his mother drifted in fevers. "Heir will wish to see them," Rhaegar murmured. A breath trembled forth. "Summon every midwife the city can spare, and send ravens to Winterfell. The child is Stark blood as well as Targaryen." Mending. It was a fortnight's hard ride from the Trident to Duskendale, each mile shrinking the realm's horizon to the prince's singular purpose. Rhaegar's small host moved like a silent serpent across the crown lands, banners furled to hasten their stride. When at last the white walls rose ahead, Rhaegar felt his heart tumble against bruised ribs. Lanterns flickered in windows, autumn crows cawed from the ramparts. The smell of sea brine wove with distant fields of harvested wheat, reminding him that time still marched in humble cycles, even for those who danced on prophecies. Sir Geralt Hightower met him at the gate. "My prince," his voice always calm, held an uncustomary thread of warmth. "She waits within." Rhaegar passed under the portcullis and through a stone corridor whose torches spat sparks in the draught. He found Lyanna in a chamber warmed by a brazier whose coals glowed cherry red. She reclined against pillows, dark hair splayed over linen like a night sky veined with silver moonlight. Her face was pale, cheeks hollower than when last he'd stolen her from the godswood of Harrenhal. Yet her eyes shone bright as freshly split garnets. In her arms lay their son. At first, Rhaegar could not move. He felt as though seized by the other's cold until Lyanna laughed. A thin sound but true, and hoisted the infant for him to see. "Come nearer," she said. "He won't wait on ceremony." Rhaegar knelt at the bedside. Babe studied him with unsettling calm. His eyes, a deep violet that flashed almost blue in lamplight, were ancient and solemn. A down of black hair crowned his skull, and his fists curled with a warrior's readiness. "I wanted to name him Jaehaerys," Rhaegar whispered. Lyanna shook her head. "Too heavy for tiny shoulders. He needs a simpler cloak until he's grown." Her lips curved. "Jon, I thought. For my brother who rides in chains toward King's Landing. When you free him, he can hear his own name in the nursery." "Jon?" Rhaegar rolled the syllable across his tongue like a coin. "He is both Stark and Targaryen. A northern name, but the blood of the dragon. Memory die. Let the realm hear it and wonder," Lyanna said. "A child who can walk two worlds may bridge them." She winced as the infant latched anew. "Rhaegar, will you truly claim him publicly?" "I will claim him as my heir." His voice steadied. "The realm doubts my motives for this war. They whisper I stole you to slake lust or dishonor Robert. Let them see the truth. I sought the song of ice and fire, and it lives in our son. To hide him now would be to bind the dawn behind stone." Lyanna's lashes lowered. "They will call him bastard." "Not if I marry you," he said, so softly she almost missed it. Her eyes flew open. "Your wife. Elia is no stranger to prophecy. She knows the cost. She knows the realm." His throat tightened. "She gave me 2 children, and I love them. But she can bear no more, and still the dragon has 3 heads. She agreed to annul our union. It was done before the Septon at Doran's Godswood." Lyanna exhaled as though an iron ring had loosened from her chest. "Then I will stand with you." She kissed Jon's crown. For him. 3 days later, banners of red dragon and white direwolf billowed side by side upon the ramparts of Duskendale. A hush, reminiscent of the Trident's dawn, bathed the courtyard where knights and small folk alike pressed close. The prince wore black-scaled armor polished bright. Lyanna donned a silver gown sewn with winter roses so pale they might have been wrought of starlight. Between them, cradled in Rhaegar's arm, the infant prince blinked at the world with grave curiosity. A single septon, draped in cloth of gold, stood before the old weirwood heart transplanted from Harrenhal's godswood decades ago. He anointed Jon's brow with fragrant oil, then raised a crystal that caught the noonday sun. Behold Jon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, stallion, who mounts the world, prince of Dragonstone, and heir to the Iron Throne." Cheers arose, wavering at first, then swelling as though the walls themselves lent echo. Yet not every face shone with joy. Among the King's Guard, Ser Barristan Selmy's features were carved from marble. Stalwart loyalty, wrestling a lifetime of vows. Beyond the walls, ravens scattered carrying tidings north and south, east and west, to every lord whose sword might yet be swayed. What those lords would make of this bold proclamation lay in the realm's uncertain breast. Far to the west, at Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister set aside the Raven Scroll with deliberate composure. His stone hall glowed amber in sunset's last flare. But the flicker did not touch his eyes. Above him the golden lion of his house snarled upon crimson silk. "Rhaegar means to unite Stark and Targaryen blood," he mused aloud, "and names this wolf whelp heir over his trueborn Aegon and Rhaenys. Bold. Foolish, perhaps, but bold." Sir Kevan shifted uneasily. "What course, brother? Rhaegar's victory leaves little opposition. The Stormlands will bend the knee or burn. The reach is already his." Tywin's fingers drummed the chair's arm. "Robert is dead, but the memory of rebellion remains. The realm may not welcome a Targaryen king who forsakes his Dornish wife for a northern girl. And there are children, Aegon and Rhaenys, whose claim some will champion. Then," he rose, pacing toward the high window that looked across the sunset sea. "Dispatch ravens to King's Landing. Congratulate the prince, pledge fealty. Offer Cersei's hand to his new heir when the boy is of age. We shall be indispensable." "Cersei," Kevan balked. "Would you bind our house to a babe?" Tywin's smile was thin. "Bide your time, dear brother. Children grow, realms shift, and advantage favors those who plan far in advance." Northward, in Winterfell's great hall, a darker council formed. Lord Rickard Stark's cold visage stared at the raven message as though expecting it to burst into flame. Beside him, Lady Lyara pressed a kerchief to her lips, tears trembling. "He names my granddaughter's bastard heir," Rickard growled. "And my daughter his queen? After abducting her in the night? After Brandon and I burned for justice?" His voice cracked. The echo of pyres still haunted Winterfell snows. Eddard Stark stood opposite, chains freshly struck but wrists still raw. He kept his gaze fixed on the long table lest the memory of Brandon, willful as spring flood, unman him. "Father, Lyanna is alive." "She chose him." Rickard's knuckles whitened atop the message. "Then she will face me and explain." "She will," Ned promised, voice quiet thunder. "But let peace live long enough for families to mend." He met his father's icy stare. "For Brandon's sake, for Elbert and the others who died, do not let their ghosts call for more blood until we hear Lyanna's own words." Slowly, Rickard's shoulders sagged. Years seemed to weigh anew upon him. "Very well. We ride south. But if the dragon means to chain the north with soft words, we will see how the old gods judge." Nanso. Back in the Red Keep, Rhaegar's return set the city aflame with rumor. Small folk whispered of wolf queens, of violet-eyed babes prophesied to end winter or summon dragons from stone. In the Tower of the Hand, Prince Lewin Martell, uncle to Rhaegar's first children, sat opposite Elia of Dorne. She looked frail, cheeks yellowed by an enduring blood weakness, but her eyes danced with desert fire even amid exhaustion. "So it is done," Lewin said. They rode to Duskendale and crowned the boy. Elia smiled faintly, tracing the rim of her goblet. "Aegon and Rhaenys will have a brother. That is no bad thing. And Lyanna, if she heals, will be a sister I did not expect. Others may not be so gracious," Lewin cautioned. "Dorne bleeds for its princess. Some will call this insult. We must show them a different path." Elia murmured. She shifted painfully, looking toward the terrace where her children played under watch. "Summon Oberyn. Let him race to King's Landing with Tyrell and Hightower envoys. Let the realm see Dorne's loyalty unshaken. For the sake of the children." "Aim." Luwin placed a hand over hers. "You are a stronger woman than any of them." She laughed softly. "Truth? I am tired, Luwin. But prophecy chooses its own path. Rhaegar believes this boy is the song of ice and fire. Let the realm test the music. If it is sweet, may all dance." Night had fallen when Rhaegar at last entered the nursery where Aegon and Rhaenys awaited him. Aegon, 3 years old, sat cross-legged among carved blocks bearing Valyrian letters, his silver-gold hair shorn neatly. Rhaenys, a shy child of nearly 5, hid behind her septa skirts until Rhaegar knelt, opening his arms. She came slowly, then faster, until she crashed into his breastplate and clung like ivy. "I missed you, little cat," he whispered, pressing his cheek to her hair. "And you, my brave prince." He ruffled Aegon's hair. The boy's eyes widened at his father's dented armor, but he did not shy. "Father?" Rhaenys murmured, muffled by metal. "Are we safe now?" "As safe as men can make us," he said. "Will the new baby stay here?" Aegon asked. He sounded more curious than threatened. "Yes, he is your brother." Rhaegar drew a long breath. "After the morrow, you will see him. But remember, there are those who may whisper ill of him. You must protect each other." Rhaenys nodded solemnly as though sworn into some ancient order of knights invisible to adult sight. Aegon fingered the jewel at his father's collar, then withdrew his hand, face thoughtful. "What is his name?" the boy asked finally. "Jon." Aegon considered. "I will teach Jon the letters," he announced. "And I will show him cats," Rhaenys added. Rhaegar smiled. "Then he will be the wisest, boldest prince the realm has seen." The days that followed unfolded in measured grandeur. Lords arrived daily. Paxter Redwine's fleet slipped into Blackwater Bay with casks of arbor gold for toasts. Lord Mace Tyrell blustered wreaths of roses through the broad avenues. Prince Doran Martell's litter creaked under Dornish silks and veiled spectacle. And at last a Stark contingent rode in, banners snapping like frozen limbs under sudden spring. Ned Stark dismounted first, face shadowed, yet resolute. When Lyanna stepped onto the courtyard stones, her brother stood transfixed. She wore a cloak of white direwolf fur, clasped by a dragon brooch. In her arms the baby wriggled, tiny fists punching air. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Ned crossed the yard in 3 strides and seized her, tears burning along the edges of his stoic mask. "You live," he breathed. "Gods be praised, you live." "And I'm wed," Lyanna said softly. "By choice, Ned. No rape, no sorcery. I chose." She lifted Jon higher. "Meet your nephew." Ned's stern facade crumbled fully. He cupped the babe's head, voice shivering. "He has your eyes, and," he glanced at Rhaegar approaching, "your hair, Prince. Gods help us." Rhaegar inclined his head. "Lord Stark, you have grievances that would topple mountains. I cannot promise to heal every wound, but I pledge justice, not vengeance. Stand with me, and the North will remain strong and free." "Free?" Rickard Stark echoed from behind Ned. He strode forward, gray hair lashing shoulders in the wind. "You speak of freedom while you sit a throne built on dragonfire dictature." Rhaegar met his gaze, unwavering. "Then come to the throne room, my lord, with every witness you choose. Hear what I will proclaim, and judge if my rule shuns chains, or fashions new ones." And now, within the throne room, hundreds assembled beneath vaulted arches, where torches flamed like captured stars. Rhaegar ascended the steps of the Iron Throne, his every footfall echoing against the swords of conquered kings. Lyanna walked beside him carrying Jon, her silver gown rippling. At the dais edge, they paused. Prince Luwin stood at Elia's side, and the Dornish princess herself held Aegon's hand. Rhaenys perched on a low step, eyes bright. Rhaegar raised his voice, resonant as harpstrings taut with meaning. "Lords and ladies of the realm, I stand before you to mend the rifts of recent war. In victory I claim no vengeance, seek no blood." He looked to the Stark host. "Lord Rickard has asked for justice for his sons' deaths. Let it be known that the late King Aerys, may the gods not forget his madness, slew Brandon Stark and Rickard Stark in cruel error. As king, I will grant the North whatever restitution it deems fit." Murmurs rippled. Rhaegar lifted a hand. "Secondly, I declare before the realm, this child, Jon Targaryen, born of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, is henceforth crown prince and heir to the Iron Throne." Gasps filled the hall like startled doves. "In uniting dragon and direwolf, I would forge a peace that endures beyond one lifetime. My son Aegon shall be Prince of Summerhall. Rhaenys shall rule Dragonstone. Jon shall inherit the Iron Throne, tempered by North and South." A pause. Tywin Lannister's golden brow cocked. Doran Martell tilted his head. The Tyrells exchanged glances flavored equally by ambition and alarm. Rhaegar's voice softened. "Lastly, the line of succession will be as follows: Jon Targaryen, then Aegon, then Rhaenys. Should any perish, their children take place in turn. Thus the realm shall see no dispute among siblings." "Bold," muttered Lord Mace Tyrell, though whether in admiration or dread none knew. From the dais, Elia Martell stepped forward, face pale, but gaze fierce. She laid a hand upon Jon's swaddled form and lifted her chin. "Dorne endorses this line. We lend our spear and crown to the prince that shall be." Her words struck the hall like a gong. Tywin, reading the currents, inclined his head as though the choice had already been his. The Tyrells knelt. One by one, banners bent and vow after vow rang against stone. Only the North remained standing. Rickard Stark's breath steamed like winter on the cold air of memory. Slowly, he dropped to one knee. "For my daughter's honor and my grandson's future, House Stark bends the knee." With that motion, fragile peace settled upon the realm. Yet beneath its surface, eddies churned. The faith, unsettled by annulments and new unions, whispered of bigamy and bastard precedents. Dornish lords murmured of diminished standing. From the Vale, roosts of Arryn knights plotted rescue for their lord, now captive at the Twins. In the Westerlands, Tywin counted possibilities like golden coins. But none of that touched the hush that fell as Rhaegar stretched out his arms, and Lyanna placed Jon in his grasp. The babe stared across a chamber bristling with steel and intent, and the great chandeliers burned bright upon his eyes, eyes that some swore flashed violet, others iced gray. Whatever colors they bore, they saw an audience captive in wonder at the child, whose birth bound ice to fire. "Behold," Rhaegar breathed, his voice lingering above the stone floor. "The dawn of a new realm." That night, storm clouds gathered above King's Landing, but no thunder cracked. Gentle rain swept the red roofs, pattering softly down the street of silk, over the silent sept of Baelor, and across the sprawl of the dragon pit, where broken bones of beasts past glimmered beneath moonlight. Within the red keep, 3 children slept. Aegon with a wooden sword tucked under his pillow, dreaming of dragons. Rhaenys nestled against a squash-shaped cat stolen from kitchens. And Jon, lulled by soft rain, cradled between his parents as if the world itself were a cradle of whispered dawns. Outside their door, Sir Arthur Dayne kept vigil. Dawn rested across his knees, and though his figure sat unmoving as a statue, his eyes tracked every flicker of torchlight. Peace, he knew, was as brittle as the shell that once shielded Jon's tiny heart. Yet he also knew the prince's vision, that through this fragile egg might hatch a dragon to scorch the darkness of the world. He closed his eyes briefly and listened to the rain's lullaby, wondering if at last the realm might sleep through the night without waking to fire. In a tower far across the courtyard, young Grand Maester Runciter recorded the day's oaths, his quill scratching into the night. "The heir apparent," he wrote, "is doubly anointed by dragons, by wolves. May the gods in their riddling wisdom shield him, for every crown is wrought of bones." Banhamgurst. No sooner had ink dried than distant thunder rolled across Blackwater Bay. Sir Arthur's eyes opened. The hush shivered, and though the newborn prince dreamed on, unaware, the first tremor of the realm's next song began, its opening chords heavy with unsung portents. Across the narrow sea, in Bravos' fog-dark canals, a stray whisper of the dragon wolf boy reached the ears of a sellsword captain whose sword had carved as many destinies as coins in his purse. The man raised an eyebrow over the rim of mulled wine and grinned. A northern dragon, is it? He mused to no one. That makes the game worth another throw. Somewhere beyond him, amid the ruined plazas of Valyria, hot winds swirled in forsaken vaults, where shadows of wings played upon walls. The old freehold's carrion crickets sang shrill, and something stirred where once volcano gods had dined on cities. Above King's Landing, rain washed the blood of civil war from the cobblestones, leaving the capital smelling of wet stone, smoke, and the faintest promise of lilacs, a scent Lyanna always carried in her wake. She slept deeply, the first true sleep in moons, dreaming of wolves running through snowdrifts beneath dancing lights, while a dragon circled overhead breathing flame that burned neither warm nor cold, but bright. Morning crept slow as spilled honey into the Privy Council chamber, where Seneschal Jonathan Derry sorted fresh proclamations. Rhaegar arrived, robed in black velvet bound with rubies. No crown yet adorned his brow. He would not don the steel and jade circlet until the realm's lords assembled for coronation. Until then, he was a prince poised upon a cusp. "We must finance reconstruction," he began, voice brisk yet gentle. "Storm's End will need grain, the Riverland seed, Harrenhal good mortar. Tax burdens must ease for 3 harvests." He paced before a long table map pricked with colored pins. "Send emissaries to the faith. The High Septon will require placation regarding annulments." Nesewak. Jonathan scribbled notes, his quill squeaking. "And the King's Guard. 7 remain." Rhaegar touched the pommel of his sword. His hair, loose about his shoulders, gleamed like pale wine. "I will send Ser Oswald to Sunspear to guard Elia on her return. Ser Barristan accompanies Lyanna back to Winterfell, so she may present Jon to the old gods. The rest remain here." "Your Grace," Jonathan ventured, "there is rumor Lord Tywin plans a grand tourney at Lannisport to celebrate victory and cement loyalties. He bids you attend." "Nursery." Rhaegar paused. Memories of the Harrenhal tourney, the start of all song, echoed ghostlike. "Aye," he murmured. "Steel strokes steel, trumpets blare, while wounds of war still weep. Nay, but let him hold it. I shall send my champion in my stead." "Whom, my prince?" Rhaegar allowed himself a mysterious smile. "A warrior untested in tourney lists, though no less knightly for it." Jonathan frowned uncertainly but pressed on. "And what of the Crownland's garrison? Some hedge knights petition for reward. Lands promised by your father, perhaps?" "He promised many things," Rhaegar said softly. "Most carved out of other men's holdings. Cancel every grant made within his last 2 years unless already sealed by the realm's consenting lords. We mend, not exploit." Jonathan bowed, relief plain. On the city's eastern road, farmlands swayed gold under autumnal breezes. Lyanna rode side saddle upon a smoky gray mare. Jon swaddled against her breast. Ser Barristan rode at her flank. Silent, noble, watchful. She inhaled crisp air heavy with loam. It smelled a world apart from the perfumed corridors of the keep. Ned kept pace on his great destrier, though Father Rickard remained in King's Landing to bargain terms. Behind them marched a retinue of Stark men and 100 gold cloaks. "Strange," Ned mused, guiding his horse closer. "To ride south a captive and north a queen within a moon." Lyanna smiled ruefully. "Queen in name. The North may call me traitor before queen." "They will see Jon," Ned assured her. "Blood answers blood." She glanced down at her son's peaceful face. "He carries the dragon's look more than mine. What if they see only foreign flame? Then I will remind them flame melts ice, but also warms hearths." Ned's gaze softened. "I am your shield as ever." Lyanna laughed. "Little brother, have you glanced at Ser Barristan? We are well guarded." Ser Barristan acknowledged the remark with a tilt of his helm. "I guard the prince," he said politely. "But each step he takes toward the old gods must be measured by his mother's courage." "Courage." Lyanna tasted the word. If courage means refusing to hide him, then yes. She straightened. the direwolf mantle rippling. Jon will walk in the godswood. He will drink weirwood sap and feel the Seven's light. He will learn every path this realm treads, so he may mend them when they cross. Barristan considered. A king of roads and bridges then. One hopes those roads run straight. No road I have ridden ever did, Ned said quietly, looking southward where red roofs blurred beneath still falling rain. The realm's roads twisted indeed. In the Vale, young Robert Arryn screamed at news of his cousin's death. At Old Town, archmaesters argued whether the sudden quiet at the wall, which had not sent a raven in moons, foretold storm or calm. And across the sea, Illyrio Mopatis calculated grain prices in the free cities, his mind already weaving threads toward the new heir, should opportunity arise. Yet 500 leagues away, in a frost-hushed godswood deep within Winterfell's ancient walls, Jon Targaryen gurgled as the first snowflakes of the season landed on his flushed cheeks. The old weirwood's face watched, carved eyes red and wise. Lyanna knelt upon moss, Ned behind her, while Septa and Maester stood sentinel beyond the tall ironwood trunks. "I name him before the old gods," Lyanna whispered, voice a white cloud. "Jon of House Targaryen, blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh, rightful heir of dragons and of wolves." Wind rustled high branches, shaking snow like crystal dust. Ned placed a hand upon his sister's shoulder. For a fleeting second, he heard in the whisper of leaves the laughter of Brandon, the deep voice of Rickard, and something else, older than clan or crown, watching. Jon looked up at the ancient face and laughed, a bright peal. A snowflake melted on his tongue. Lyanna's heart swelled. She could not, see the long shadows coiled at the edge of the trees, nor sense the chill that seeped from a realm beyond Maester's charts. For her, in that breath, winter and summer entwined like lovers, wolf and dragon, in the innocence of a single child's smile. Across the realm, others felt the ripple. A shiver in a height hour Maester's steepled fingers, a dropped goblet in Sunspear's hot hall, a shudder in Tywin Lannister's quiet heart that he would later call indigestion. None knew its source, yet all sensed subtle change. Jon Targaryen, child of prophecy and politics both, had been shown to the heart trees. The game's board reshuffled, its pieces redrawn, and far north beyond the wall, where ancient winds screeched through black stones, a glimmer pulsed in the eye of something long asleep. Ice, stirred by distant fire, cracked in silent anticipation. But within Winterfell, the hearths roared bright, and Lyanna Stark, Targaryen now, yet ever the wolf-maid, rocked her son to sleep beneath fur quilts. When her lullaby faltered, Ned hummed the lay of the last hero, and somewhere down the corridor old Maester Luwin recorded births, deaths, treaties and omens in neat, tremoring script. So the first notes of the realm's new song played on, soft as a mother's croon, steady as a brother's vow, and perilous as a dragon's breath, each one promising that the symphony would grow only louder, darker, and brighter in the turning of the seasons to come. The bells of King's Landing rang through a violet dawn that crept, petal soft, across the tiles of the Red Keep. Their bronze voices told a deliberate, measured cadence, once to hail the prince's victory, again for the birth of the heir, a third time for the uneasy peace that had settled. Featherlight, upon a realm still slick with old blood. In the lofty solar overlooking the city, Queen Elia of Dorne drew her shawl tighter, and studied the faint glow on the horizon. Each bell stroke shivered through the stones, an echo inside her bones. She listened for undertones, panic, jubilation, dread, and heard all of them at once. Rhaegar entered quietly, leaving his guards in the corridor. His hair was gathered at the nape with a dragonbone clasp, but loose wisps caught the fragile light, turning each strand into a silver filament. Elia rose, frail yet unbowed, and the prince crossed to kiss her brow. "You look stronger," he murmured. Appearances deceive. She led him to the balcony, where spires pierced the sky like drawn lances. Every raven today speaks of possibility. Possibility is a polite word for danger, husband. Danger, I will meet. He folded his hands on the rail. I will not bind our children to shadows of doubt. Jon's naming shook every hall from Sunspear to the Wall. Let it. Once the shock fades, they must weigh rebellion against a united crown of wolf and dragon. You? Some will gamble. Elias' gaze dropped to the street below, where knots of small folk clustered to hear criers recount the council's decrees. The faith prepares a formal judgment. The High Septon is no friend to polygamy, annulled or not, nor to kings who burn his flock, Rhaegar said. Offer him gold for new septs in the riverlands, grain for orphanages, and seats for 3 of his own on my small council. When men taste power, doctrine sweetens on their tongues. Nede. Jishri. Elia tilted her head. Give him room enough, and he may decide doctrine tastes better still. Perhaps. Rhaegar's eyes remained on the softening sky. But I will not let blind fear steer us back into war. I rode to the Trident to end one, not purchase another. A cough racked Elia's thin frame. She pressed a cloth to her mouth, flicked her eyes to the smear of red, and folded it away before Rhaegar could see. Take care the piece you buy is worth the coin, my prince. Rhaegar covered her hand. You are worth more than any crown. If you will it, we shall sail for Dorne at once, and let regents squabble over the throne. And leave Tywin king in all but name. She shook her head, strands of black hair brushing her cheeks. No. I will remain. And I will love Jon as I love Aegon and Rhaenys, for they are his blood. That is how peace is kept. Woman to woman, mother to mother, heart to heart. She squeezed his fingers. But I will never cease reminding you that peace grows thorns. Remember that, Rhaegar. He kissed her hand. Always. Below, the bells tolled once more. A lower, slower note. A funeral. Robert Baratheon's body, borne from the sept to a ship of black oak. Rain-glimmered petals drifted after the procession, and banners drooped heavy with dew. Rhaegar watched until the cortege vanished, then whispered a fragment of his favorite lay. Elia caught only 3 words. Canzone for ghosts. She shivered. Hours later, the small council gathered in the painted chamber. Scrolls littered the blue and green tabletop like dead leaves. Petitions from the Reach for marriage pacts. From the Westerlands demanding recompense for plundered fields. From the Stormlands begging mercy. Lord Commander Gerald Hightower stood at Rhaegar's shoulder. Grand Maester Pycelle wheezed opposite, quill poised. Prince Lewin Martell occupied a tall chair near the windows, dark eyes alert. Lord Tywin sat in shadow, a lion regarding prey and ally alike with equal patience. Rhaegar began with the simplest matter. Lord Estermont surrendered Cape Wrath yesterday. His nephew is hostage in the dungeons. Release the boy at once and restore Estermont's titles. Mercy breeds dissent, Tywin observed. Mercilessness breeds rebellion, Lewin countered before Rhaegar could speak. We've had our share. One hostage is ballast, Tywin murmured. Remove it and ships heal. A child, Rhaegar said, ironed beneath silk. No child shall ballast my reign. Pycelle nodded, parchment crackling. As your grace commands. Next came grain. The granaries of Golden Grove brimmed. The Trident's silos stood empty. Lord Mace Tyrell offered convoy protection in return for royal favor at Lannisport's impending tourney. Prizes, pageantry, precedence. Lewin frowned. Gold grown under roses always asks sunlight in return. We will accept the grain, Rhaegar decided. But the tourney remains Tyrell's affair. Write polite gratitude, send 3 royal purses for joust prizes, and remind him the Reach already owns 1 Tyrell in the Queen's Guard. Fertile fields warrant fertile loyalty. When the murmurs subsided, Tywin produced a sealed letter. Lord Stannis Baratheon has closed Storm's End and declares himself Lord Paramount of the Stormlands until the boy Renly comes of age. He rejects your mercy, my prince. Shall we test his resolve? No. Rhaegar traced the painted coastline of Westeros with a fingertip. Send him parchment, not steel. Name him Lord of the Stormlands in truth. Let him hunger for the crown's favor more than its ire. He tapped the Stormlands. but post a loyal garrison at Griffin's Roost and Tarth. Should he fancy rebellion, he will find himself a storm trapped over calm seas. The council turned at the sound of iron-shod boots. A raven had arrived from the wall, the first in months. Pycelle read aloud, voice thinning as the words darkened. Wildlings gathering at the Frostfangs. Dead things in the woods, villages deserted overnight. The message ended in a spidery scrawl. Send men, send fire, or send prayers. Rhaegar's expression did not alter, but his hand tightened on the table's rim. Another matter we cannot ignore. Tywin scoffed lightly. The Watch has whined of ghost stories since before my grandsire's grandsire. So you suggest we ignore it? Luwin demanded. I suggest we weigh real threats more heavily than bogeymen. Rhaegar spoke over them both. My father ignored such warnings, and madness answered. I refuse. Assemble 200 volunteers. Sir Arthur will lead them north with wagons of dragonglass from Dragonstone's vaults and stores enough for a winter. Let Maester Crescent of Dragonstone oversee fresh ravens to every lord soliciting manpower. We fight the cold with unity? Tywin's mouth compressed. Send priceless swordsmen to freeze while Tyrells joust and Stannis plots? Priorities slip. Rhaegar held his gaze. The realm itself is priority, and there is no price upon defense against winter. He looked to Gerald Hightower. Arthur leaves within a fortnight. Faith, grain, storm's end, winter. The puzzle grew. By dusk, parchments lay signed. Counselors dispersed, Tywin last, his cloak rippling like molten gold. Rhaegar lingered alone among the swirling dragons of the painted table. Candles accentuated the chipped outlines of territories. The Reach peeling at the coasts, the north scarred with deep gouges. Jon's future lay across these war-worn shapes. He traced the trident. Ruby memories glimmered. Softly he began to hum, the fragment of a tune half-formed since boyhood. He closed his eyes, heard harp strings, distant drums, and the faint cry of a child, bridging fire and frost. The melody warned him. Beauty alone could not hold a realm. The finest harp must be strung with steel. Outside, twilight settled. Torches speared gusts of wind racing the battlements. Beneath them, on a training yard, lit by orange lanterns, Sir Jaime Lannister traded blows with Sir Oswell when sparks cascaded each time sword bit sword. Jaime danced quicksilver. Oswell anchored himself, precise as a clock. Rhaegar watched unnoticed, arms folded. The clatter echoed into moonless sky. Each strike told a story. A young lion testing cage bars. An old knight measuring a new world. When Oswell disarmed the Kingslayer with a flick that sent Jaime's blade ringing across cobbles, Rhaegar glimpsed Tywin's ambitions tumbling too, and saw how quickly a champion may be found wanting. Jaime bowed, retrieved his sword, requested another bout. Breathless, hair damp, eyes bright, he lunged. Oswell met him again, and again steel wailed. Rhaegar tilted his head, considering. A king needs claws, but claws that heed command. Jaime sought glory, Oswell served oath. Both were needed, yet balance between them was as fine as a razor. He turned away when Jaime finally landed a nick on Oswell's shoulder, victory purchased with sweat, not blood. Rhaegar's footsteps led him below to parchment-strewn privileges, and higher, to chambers where his children dreamed. He visited Aegon first. The boy still clutched his wooden sword, brow furrowed in martial reverie. Rhaegar set a gentle hand on his son's hair. The child murmured, turned, and smiled in sleep. Next, he found Rhaenys curled with her cat, its tail draped across her cheek. He whispered a Dornish lullaby Elia often sang and watched the girl's smile widen. At Jon's door, he paused longest. Inside, Lyanna sat beside the cradle, humming a northern tune, braiding her hair absent-mindedly. Jon gurgled, swiping at the braid's loose end with chubby fists. When Lyanna saw Rhaegar, her smile was all dawn on winter. She lifted the babe, and Rhaegar received the warm weight. Jon's violet-gray eyes fixed on his father, questioning and fearless. "All the realm will call you king," Rhaegar murmured, voice the hush of turning pages. But only you may choose what that crown means." Jon squealed, citing a lock of silver hair. Lyanna laughed. "He has opinions already. I pray he always will." Rhaegar kissed the child's brow. Prophecy thrummed. A chord between bass and treble, binding fates. He felt it in the soft pulse beneath his lips. Lyanna rose, straightened the direwolf clasp. "But I've written to Mother. She'll travel when the snows settle." "And Brandon's widow?" Rhaegar asked gently. "She carries his child," Lyanna said. "We invited her too. She may come if her grief permits." Her eyes darkened. "Peace demands space for sorrow." Rhaegar nodded. "It shall be given." They laid Jon down. Candlelight painted amber halos. Outside the shutters, the wind sang around the tower. A lullaby older than tongues. In the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister prepared his own lullaby. At night he sat in Casterly Rock's private vault, candles flickering over stacks of ledgers and letters. One scroll bore the broken seal of the High Septon. Private correspondence, its sermon dripping with outrage at sin crowned virtuous. Tywin dipped his quill, penned a reply thick with banknotes, promises of marble seps, and quiet assurances that dragon bastards seldom thrive. "Gold," he mused, "turns even virtue pliable." In the Vale, Jon Arryn paced the Erie's high spine. Recovered from wounds taken at the Trident. Snow coated his shoulders. Eagles cried above. He read the king's pardon, the offer of restored titles if he bent the knee. Lysa clutched his arm, pregnant and pale. "We cannot," she whispered. But Jon's eyes strayed to his squire, a dark-haired boy with laughter lines even in grief. Young Robert's ghost still hung over the Vale. Justice for Starks and Targaryens was not justice for enough men. "We can," Jon answered at last. "For peace is built of hard surrenders." He sealed his acceptance with sigh-steeped wax. Across the sea, Varys listened to Braavosi murmurs in a perfumed room afloat on a canal. Whispers of Jon, heir of two great houses, rippled across continents faster than gulls. He paid a beggar boy to chart each rumor on a battered map. Died. Pins clustered. Lismire, Pentos. Farther east, Korth's warlocks scried futures within smoky globes. They saw dragons with wolf eyes, and they smiled brittle mirth. One such globule shattered when a warlock overreached. Purple smoke swallowed his chamber. Miles distant, on the deck of a Volantine trading cog, a girl of 12, with silver hair, woke from dreamless slumber. She rubbed sleep from eyes so pale they shone white. The dream already fled, save a single image. A boy prince laughing beneath falling snow. She whispered his name. Jon. Though she had never heard it. The captain's wife scolded her back to work, but the girl's mind remained with the vision, feeling the call of home she never knew. Winter crept slowly south, sending tentative scouts of frost to lick the fingers, dust the neck, silver the King's Road. Arthur Dane's column rode north through that lengthening chill, dusty banners blurred behind icy condensation of breath. He carried Dawn wrapped in lambskin and a missive sealed with red and white wax. Command from Rhaegar to pledge sword and treasure to the Night's Watch. Alongside rode Lord Jarman Buckwell, stout and earnest. Behind them tramped Sellswords, second sons, farmers seeking coin, and 36 scions of minor houses sworn to win renown in snow. Among them, to Sir Arthur's mild surprise, rode Samuel Spicer, heir to a small reach house disgraced in the war. The boy tried nightly to heft a longsword, his arms shaking. Arthur offered quiet correction, for he saw something of his own youthful hunger in Sam's watery eyes. When they reached Castle Black, they found more ravens than men. The gate creaked like an ogre's jaw. Lord Commander Corgyle met them with a lamp in one hand and a crutch under the other. His beard, once pepper, now stone white, bristled against the wind. "You bring men," he rasped, "or songs?" "Both," Arthur said, dismounting. He pressed the sealed letter into Corgyl's fingerless gloves. "And glass to slice what steel will not." The commander's laugh cracked ice on his mustache. "Glass is welcome. Men more so. Ghosts we have in surplus." He waved them in. "Come see the proof, if courage lasts the nonce." Atop the wall, beneath rippling veils of indigo aurora, Dane and his captains beheld the frozen forest beyond. Fires burned low at scattered watchforts, but between them the night was a gulf, black as pitch. Corgyle pointed with his crutch. On the third moonless night of every fortnight, torches appear out there, green flame like malachite ice. We ride to meet them, but reach only empty air, though prints linger in snow. Corpses vanish, wildling scouts claim a king walks again, crowned in blue fire. He spat into the wind. Madness unless you touch the prince, unless you see the bodies pale as milk, slaughtered without sound. Arthur watched the dark, felt dawn heavy at his back. Perhaps what walks out there remembers fire, or forgets. Corgyle licked cracked lips. We patch cracks in the wall each morn. The ice melts from within, as though some heart beats in it now. Dane thought of Joan's laughter under weirwood boughs, of a realm coaxed toward peace like a wary stallion. He wondered if the heart of winter, roused by a distant prophecy, tested bars of its age-old cage. They began drills at sunrise. Dragon-glass daggers glinted like star shards. Sam Spicer trained beside grizzled conscripts. Sweat steamed off him in the cold. By week's end he could parry a thrust without dropping his blade. By fortnight, he could hold a shield steady while a giant of the Shadow Tower hammered it. Courage, Arthur reflected, is born of repetition more than birthright. In King's Landing, courage faltered. Faith militant stirred. The High Septon emerged from 6 days fasting, eyes sunken to caverns. He denounced bigamy. Elia and Lyanna shared Rhaegar's bed no more, yet still shared his household. Though the annulment stood firm, whispers thickened that lust, not prophecy, drove Targaryen choice. Septons preached sermons painting Lyanna as Lilith reborn. Elia endured slander quietly. Lyanna endured it like wind against stone. But tension coiled. Aegon overheard 2 maids gossiping. He marched to the sept, dragged his toy sword in one hand, and declared before rows of candles, "My mother Elia and my mother Lyanna are both good, and if you say otherwise, I will have your tongues." Silence greeted him, broken only when the High Septon bent to look Aegon in the eye, saw the fire in the boy's purple gaze, and blessed him. Yet rumors fed on silence too. Rhaenys found a headless cat in the courtyard, an omen skinned in cruelty. She carried its limp body to her father, eyes huge. Rhaegar caressed her hair, bowed over the cat, and later commanded an inquiry. None confessed, though 3 stable hands vanished the same night. Varys whispered of sparrows financed by unknown coin. Tywin professed ignorance. Rhaegar listened, hawk still, while storm clouds roiled inside his skull. Jon grew, oblivious. His first tooth arrived as spring teased sap from trees. He took wobbly steps chasing shadows in Maegor's garden, clutching Lyanna's finger. Elia cheered from a cushioned seat, coughing into lace when laughter shook her frame. Rhaegar crafted a cradle-sized harp and placed it within Jon's reach. The babe plucked at silver strings, delighted by each chime. One evening the strings hummed without touch. Harp in air thrummed a single low note that sank through the holdfast like a falling star. In the rookery, ravens flapped on perches. Maester Thaddeus swore to Varys later that 3 birds burst their cages and died striking stone. He showed the spider broken bodies as proof. Varys stroked silken cloak, said, "Songs move hearts, sometimes lungs," but he too felt the strangeness. As though air thickened into water, momentarily bending every breath. That same night, at Castle Black, Sir Arthur leaned over a parapet as wind stilled abruptly. He heard distant music, a low, keening chord carried on rhyme-laden air. Brothers halted, heads cocked. Sam Spicer crossed himself. The chord faded, replaced by hush so heavy it muffled torch crackles. Then, from far north, a horn answered. 3 blasts, deep as midnight. Corgyle straightened, eyes glazed wide. "Others," he whispered. Then, "Riders to me." They watched the forest. Green flames appeared, dancing like foxfire between pines. Shapes shambled beneath, paler than snow, skeletal silhouettes. The wall groaned. Hairline fissures spidered through ancient ice. Men scrambled. Dane unsheathed dawn, its milk-white blade catching moonfire. Ghostlight refracted along its edge. Arrows flew. Flames winked out. Silence returned, yet not calm. Something wound tight waited to snap. Dawn pulsed faintly in Dane's hand until the last echo of harp song fled. South of the neck, tension snapped first at Harrenhal. Lord Root, newly reinstated, hosted a feast for riverlords to celebrate peace. Midway through, the roof groaned. Age, storm, or curse? No one agreed, and a stone gargoyle plunged, crushing 3 lords of middling houses and scattering guests in shrieking tide. Rumors of Harrenhal's curse revived with vigor. Lords fled next day, pledging coin to septs and weirwoods alike. Rhaegar dispatched masons, more refused than accepted, for fear of shadows. Rickard Stark returned north grimset. Ravens told him of crumbling towers and talk of dragon curses. He stood before Winterfell's heart tree and asked old gods for counsel. The wind answered in sighs through leaves. He knelt, feeling his years. 2 sons dead, daughter changed, grandson perched between realms. He prayed for clear path. In his heart he heard only warg howls carried from far beyond the wall. He rose, journeyed south again, this time to Moat Cailin, where garrisons built by Aerys still lurked. He ordered them disbanded. Southern soldiers left muttering about Stark hospitality. They were given hot broth and new boots, but marched at dawn into cold marsh. The marsh gave back 2 bodies within a week, throats slit. Bandits blamed. Rumors said Crannogman disliked outsiders. Peace frayed. Tywin sharpened gold-edged plans. He sent Cersei to King's Landing, ostensibly for Jon's naming day. Cersei arrived dressed in immaculate crimson, hair a river of molten sun Ashai. At feast's end she knelt before the prince, offered him a golden rattle set with rubies. To remind him of the storm he survived, she purred. Rhaegar thanked her graciously. She rose, eyes lingering on Jaime as he stood sentinel behind the dais. Twin half-smiles traded secrets in silence. That night, Cersei walked the dark gallery outside the Queen's solar. Elia's soft coughs seeped under the door. Cersei's lips curled, but she moved on. Steps cat-soft to Lyanna's chamber. From within came the faint rustle of pages, Lyanna reading tales of Nymeria to lull Jondan. Cersei lingered, fingertips brushing wood, then retreated, plan blossoming. The wolf may prove fierce, but golden traps snare wolves as well as mice. Across the narrow sea, a sell-sail named Saladhor joined a tavern chorus, singing of dragon wolf crown. He toasted glass after glass, plotting routes to import fine Dornish wine, which soared in value on rumors of royal favor. Gold fever spread like pox. Merchants across Pentos speculated on winter wheat. Pentoshi magistas bet fortunes on stability of new reign. Those who bet against peace hired assassins. Some assassins traveled west by slower paths armed with poison, others by letters offering services to disaffected lords. One letter reached Storm's End. Stannis read it once, twice, fed it to the hearth. Smoke curled, stirred by sea wind. He stared into flame, saw shapes. Shadows writhed. A wolf's skull, a dragon's egg, a crown split in 2. He clenched his jaw. Loyalty bound him, but bitterness fermented. Status quo left him lord but made him feel lesser. Robert's younger shadow, overshadowed now by dragon spawn. He wrote to Davos Seaworth, called him home. In Dorne, Oberyn Martell prepared for Lannisport's tourney. He told his daughters stories of a Stark wolf queen and a rose lion dance yet to come. He sharpened spearheads, sang lullabies to his youngest, and tasted every wine exported north. Some sweet as first love, some bitter as last breath. He imagined sipping each in King's Landing, toasting Jon's rule with one, and dripping another down his enemy's throat. Peace, he said, is duel fought with smiles. The tourney day came. Lannisport's streets thronged banners, lion, rose, sunspear, seahorse, falcon. Rhaegar kept his word. He did not attend, sending Ser Jaime to act as royal champion. Tywin announced monstrous prizes: golden crowns, Valyrian steel dagger, a destrier white as snow. The Faith's envoy blessed the lists, crowds roared. Coin flowed like honey. Jaime faced Garland Tyrell in final tilt. Steel cracked shield boards, and Jaime tasted wood splinters on his tongue. They broke 12 lances before Garland fell, armor dented. Jaime dismounted, assisted his foe up, raising his arm to crowd. Cheers drowned the wave crash. Cersei smiled wide from stands, but Tywin watched his son's chivalry with narrowing eyes. Glory shared is glory halved. At feast, Garland laughed with Jaime while minstrels sang of two houses reconciled. Oberyn danced with a Myrish acrobat, whispering jests to Lord Rowan about wardship for Jon in Sunspear. Tywin toasted unity, yet even in gold-lit hall he saw alliances forming that excluded the Rock. Tyrell with Lion Cub, Martell with Dragon Babe, Stark with Targaryen crown. Unease chipped at his controlled poise. He dispatched raven-fast riders to consult Qyburn, a disgraced maester experimenting near Starfall. Qyburn wrote of silent sisters who knew arts beyond leechcraft. He hinted at venom hatched in Basilisk Isles and monsters shaped in flesh. Tywin weighed ethics against empire and found ethics lighter. In King's Landing, Lyanna oversaw Jon's first birthday. A modest affair by court measure, but riotous compared to Winterfell's austerity. Aegon insisted on wearing a tiny wolf pelt cloak to match his brother. Rhaenys tied ribbons around Jon's wrists until he resembled a twinkling gift. Elia laughed, coughed, laughed again. Rhaegar played harp. Lords craned to memorize every note for ballads. Prophets listened for prophecy between chords. That night, a low rumble shook the city. An earthquake, rare but mild. Walls rattled, cups toppled. In the crypt beneath the city, an ancient skull of Balerion cracked along one eye socket. Rhaegar visited at dawn, touched jagged bone, felt chill run up his arm. The crack formed a shape reminiscent of lightning-cleaving storm clouds, a sign, or happenstance. Grand Maester Pycelle recommended reinforcing cellars. Rhaegar agreed, but memory of quake clung. Storm's End reported no tremor, nor did the Vale or North. Only Dragonstone felt a quake, toppling one gargoyle. Rhaegar pondered link between dragonkin castles. On Dragonstone, Princess Rhaella, widowed, world-worn, woke before dawn, heart racing. She climbed a sea dragon tower, looked east until the horizon burned rose. In her mind echoed her husband's screams, her son's harp, her grandson's laugh. She whispered, "Balance," like a prayer and ordered red priests brought to castle. Fire must know its opposite. Across sea, in Qarth's Hall of 1,000,000 thrones, the warlocks tasted smoke from dwarf elephants burnt in bronze braziers. One saw visions, a child with two shadows, one pale flame, one blue frost, devouring each other until only ash remained. They spoke prophecy in riddles. One head, two spirits, one throne, two dooms. Years passed, though in memory they stretched like catgut tuned tight. Jon spoke his first word, "Snow," while pointing at the courtyard swirling with flakes. Rhaegar laughed quizzically. Lyanna wept quiet tears. Aegon earned a real sword size for his 8-year frame. Jaime taught him stance. Arthur taught him mercy. Rhaenys authored stories of cats who sailed summer sea. Elia weakened. Her lungs betrayed her. She moved rooms lined with Dornish tapestries and tended Myrish roses on balcony and wrote letters to Rhaegar about love and hope and caution. North, Sir Arthur's garrison built new watch forts on abandoned spurs. They found an obsidian deposit within a cave shimmering with blue crystals. Sam Spicer discovered it after chasing a lost arrow. Arthur decreed mining started at once. Brothers named it Starfall's Gift, honoring Dane. One winter midnight, the horn blasted thrice again, this time nearer. Brothers mustered. Green fire licked tree line. Shapes moved, not shambling now, but striding, tall and swift, eyes azure blue. Arrows tipped with dragonglass dropped too. The rest withdrew soundless. Dawn sliced one who came too near, its body shattered, snow swallowing shards. In the silence after, Arthur and Corgil stood amidst shattered ice that evaporated like breath. Proof, they realized, would not remain long enough for skeptics. A raven streaked south with message of encounter. In the Eyrie, Jon Arryn read and believed. He dispatched fresh men. In King's Landing, Tywin dismissed as wild fear. In Old Town, maesters debated if rot in Raven's guts infected minds at the wall. Rhaegar read, summoned Counsel. The long night stories carry newer ink, he said. We must prepare. Tywin pressed palms together. We cannot drain coffers for northern myths. Lords already squeal under reduced taxes. And what use is coin to a dead man? Asked Lewin. Pycelle coughed. Perhaps dispatch more ravens for confirmation? Lyanna slammed palm on table. My brother's sworn sword sent that raven. I trust his blades. Rhaegar touched her wrist, softening. We dispatch steel and study both. Lord Bolton has offered levy, we accept. Tyrell carpenters craft ballistae for White Walkers if they are flesh enough. Dorne sends fire potters for wildfire. Tywin's eyes narrowed at wildfire mention. Memory of Mad King's pyres. He urged caution. Rhaegar insisted. The High Septon sent another letter, acceptance of funding, but demands consummated monogamy. Rhaegar refused to repudiate Lyanna, nor to exile Elia. The faith militant flexed muscle. Sparrows swarmed Flea Bottom, ransacked whorehouses, claiming moral purge. Gold cloaks intervened. Steel clanged on cudgels. 3 dead, dozens wounded. Tension skimmed blade edge. In Stormlands, Stannis trained men relentlessly. Davos returned, warned him to bend the knee. Stannis scowled at banners depicting a crowned stag. I bend knee to law, he said. Law, says eldest son, inherits. Yet now a bastard outranks trueborn. Davos argued annulment's validity. Stannis retorted, convenient parchment. He studied smoke again, saw shapes. He wrote to Melisandre, a red woman rumored to raise warriors from ashes. Spring marched into summer. Crops burgeoned, riverlands recovered, tourneys resumed. At White Harbor, Wyman Manderley hosted a celebration for shipping lanes reopened. Rhaegar attended incognito, Harper's cloak disguising him among minstrels. He played by night in a candlelit hall, while sailors danced jigs. On last evening, he revealed himself. Pardoned 3 pirates, on promise they escort grain to Eastwatch. The crowd roared. Manderley pledged ships to Night's Watch. Rhaegar slipped away before dawn, carrying local ballads refrain. Winter wolves dig graves in summer sun. Months later, Varys discovered letters bearing secret seal of triple spiral. Korth warlocks corresponding with faith zealots in Westeros. He informed Rhaegar. Investigation led to hidden cellar beneath Sept of Remembrance. There, gold cloaks uncovered vials of azure fire. Scrolls titled Cold Dawn and a bound novice of the faith, severed tongueless. Interrogation gleaned little before he choked on poisoned tooth. Rhaegar confronted the High Septon, demanded explanation. The old man trembled, swore ignorance, begged forgiveness. Rhaegar extracted vow to disband any cell circumventing his sight. Sparrows dispersed under threat of crown justice. Yet whispers persisted that the 7 themselves poised judgment against unnatural air. Elia died that autumn. The first frost kissed King's Landing's roses the day her heart fluttered to stillness. Rhaegar held her hand until warmth faded. He sang gentle chords. Lyanna sat nearby, tears streaking cheeks not for rivalry, but for sister lost. Bells tolled low. Dorne wept. Oberyn arrived to claim her body, kissed her brow, whispered secrets, and swore vengeance on any who turned grief to leverage. Rhaenys refused to leave her mother's side. Aegon stiffly held tears till alone, then shattered. Jon, too young, reached for Elia's still hand and cooed, confused. Funeral pyre burned outside Dragon Pit. Ash drifted over city like gray snow. Rhaegar scattered pieces of his broken harp into flames. He emerged, hollow-eyed, crowned at last with jade and dark iron. At the pyre's final spark, he pronounced new oaths, to shield realm, to stand vigil for winter, to raise children in harmony. Crowd bowed. Yet Tywin counted lords who lowered heads half-beat slow. Faith envoys turned faces aside. Oberyn remained at court, eyes scanning for culprits though disease, not dagger, felled Elia. Physicians claimed weak lungs. Oberyn suspected subtle poison. He tested cupbearers with his own lips. None harmed him. Rage found no target. Days later, Lyanna birthed a second child. A girl, dark-haired, violet-eyed. They named her Elena, honoring Elia's memory. A hush of awe filled the city when Lyanna presented babe atop Dragon Pit steps. One life passed, one born, circle unbroken. Faith decried unclean succession. Small folk cheered Wolf Queen's courage. Jon toddled about, protective, patting baby's face, calling her Nana to everyone's amusement. At the wall, Arthur Dayne watched migrants of wildlings approach. Tens, hundreds, thousands eventually camped at White Tree. Tormund Giantsbane rode under Ragged Peace banner. He sought passage south, the Dead Walk, he said bluntly. Negotiations, uneasy. Corgyle allowed families through, disarmed, escorted by Dayne's men to Gift. Some lords balked. A Karstark levy skirmished with wildling scouts. 6 dead. Dayne wrote Rhaegar. More come. They need land, or they will take land. Rhaegar convened Great Council at River Run. Neutral heart of Riverlands. Lord Stark, Arryn, Tyrell Martell, Lannister, Baratheon invited. Blackfish Tully cleared Fish Hall for meeting. Jon, aged 4, attended perched on high chair next to Lyanna. Aegon and Rhaenys, older, flanked him. Tension brewed. Stannis arrived armored, eyes volcanic. Tywin wore calm. High Septon came born in litter, gaunt from fasting anew. Discussion ran 5 days. Wildling resettlement, taxes, faith's demands, winter threat. Jon clapped hands at mentions of snow. Laughter eased moment or two. On 6th dawn, Council awoke to find High Septon dead, throat slit inside locked quarters. Panic erupted. Guards swore no one passed. Blood drawn in 7-pointed star across floor. Tywin called it Northern sorcery. Starks denied. Vale Knights muttered of Lannister daggers. Tully scrambled. Rhaegar, shock tempered by years of tragedy. Locked city gates began inquiry. Varys traced dustprints to roof, where grappling hook snagged Crenel. Assassin vanished into River Night. No faction admitted guilt. Faith named the murder heresy. Sparrows rose again, thousands now. Some claimed king complicit. Tywin urged crown to strike first. Cleanse flea bottom while faith leaderless. Rhaegar refused, fearing massacre. Tywin tightened lips. Funeral of Septon overshadowed council and wildling settlement unresolved. Stannis left early, muttering prophecy of rightful kings. Tyrell's hedged vows, Martell's grimmed. Winter came early that year. Snow fell thick on King's Landing, earliest in memory. Ravens iced mid-flight. On Dragonstone, Rhaella's red priests saw comets bleed black across sky. Their fires hissed ominous. Sir Arthur rode south to deliver grim tidings. The Night's Watch lost Eastwatch by the sea. Sea froze, whites marched across. He presented cracked horn, said to bring wall down. Discovered on dead ranger possessed by icy shadow. Rhaegar's council listened, blood draining. Decision. Gather all magic known, dragonglass, Valyrian steel, wildfire. Rhaegar recalled ancient dragon lore. Eggs turn to stone yet hatch with fire and blood. He commanded pyromancers to search dragon crypts for dormant eggs, to attempt alchemy rebirth. Faith screamed blasphemy. He ignored. Jon watched bright plumes of wildfire tested at dusk, fascinated. Aegon tugged him away, caution in 12-year eyes. Rhaenys wrote secret letter to Sam Spicer at Wall, asking news of snowcats. Within Red Keep, Cersei met Qyburn newly arrived. Earthquake rumor preceded him. He trafficked corpses, secrets. She led him to dark cellar once Ares stored wildfire. She spoke quietly. Wolf Queen stands between lion and throne. Could shadows eat wolves? Qyburn smiled thin. He asked for coin, time, corpses unmissed. She granted all. Joffrey Waters, bastard of King's Landing brothel girl and rumored scion of lion blood, vanished. Others too. Rumors, but small folk vanish daily. In deeper cellars, Qyburn raised experiments. Cersei visited fluttering lashes, half-turned by gore but fixed on future. Her son, not wolves, to wed Crown Princess Elena. Tywin sensed shifting pieces. He tested alliances, matched Kevin's son Lancel to Margaery Tyrell, forging Lion Rose chain circumventing Rhaegar. Tyrell accepted, seeing path to near royal blood. Oberyn jeered privately, two beauties leshed. In winter camps beyond wall, ice kings gathered. Dane witnessed one night. Blue fire's flickering outline of man tall as giant. The figure approached watchers, raised spindly hand. Snow gust birthed blizzard. Within swirl, shapes built from wind, armored in rhyme. Brothers loosed glass-tipped arrows, many shattered before reaching foe, air-freezing shafts mid-flight. Dane led charge, wielding dawn. The blade flared pale. He cut through icy armor, fell one walker. Others retreated, but left circular rune carved in snow around dead brother. Warning or tribute. Raven sped to capital. Rhaegar read, summoned smiths. Reforge Iron Throne's worst blades into spears for wall. Symbolic. Some protested sacrilege. He persisted. Throne seat remained but lost 5 rusted blades. Gesture to show crown not chained past cruelty. High Septon's successor chosen by faith militant, not crown. A lean fervent man called Aeron of Fair Isle, known for speeches against decadence. He sent envoy demanding crown repent, dissolve polygamous household or face holy sanction. Rhaegar responded with proposal. Counsel between crown and faith to draft new concord. Aeron refused. Sparrows armed. Streets choked with zealot marches, chanting Seven's judgment. Gold cloaks deployed. Barristan commanded restraint. Zealots threw dung, stones. One cloak shoved. Riot erupted. Fires lit. B. By nightfall, 3 septs ablaze, crown storehouse looted. Rhaegar ordered bells rung to rally calm. Bells tolled but riots grew. Lyanna refused to hide. She rode through streets on gray mare, Jon before her, shouting for peace, throwing loaves from carts to starving. Crowds stilled enough for cloaks to contain flames. By dawn, city quiet, but casualties near 100. Lyanna collapsed after. Arrow nick underside of arm. Not deep, but hint. Varys later claimed arrow fletching matched reach design, though culprit unknown. Rhaegar visited her bedside. She woke, pale. He promised better safeguards. She grasped his wrist. Not shields, justice. End root, not branches. He knew she meant faith corruption. He sighed. He held court next day. Sparrows crowded square. He announced edict of dragon and star. Faith retains spiritual dominion but relinquishes arms. Militant disbanded, zealots to renounce weapons for pardons. Those who refused deemed traitors. Tywin smirked, a page from his own playbook. Aeron declared crown heretic. Called faithful to arms. War of faith, reborn. But winter pressed south. When snows covered Gold Road, Tywin's convoy slowed. Starving peasants raided. Tywin instructed brutal crackdowns. Rumors of lion cruelty spread. Sparrows found more hands. At Winterfell, Rickard Stark died quietly by hearth, heart failing. Ned became Lord Stark, steeled by grief and oath to realm. He read Aeron's call, shook head. He rallied north to King. Robb, Brandon's posthumous son, stood 12, eager to prove. Jon, 8, visited Winterfell often, calling him cousin, sharing archery. Robb adored Jon yet envied half-dragon mystique. On a snowy night, direwolf pack howled beyond walls. 5 pups left at gate. Some saw omen, for Stark children. Ned allowed adoption. Robb took Grey Wind, Sansa Lady, Arya Nymeria, Bran Summer, Rick and Shaggy Dog, Wolves and Dragons, Prophecy entwining. Messages from Wall worsened, Eastwatch lost, Shadow Tower pressed. Refugees flood, gift. Rhaegar summoned all lords to Winterfell. Great ranging of realms. They would march north under banner of Dragonwolf to face true enemy. Faith War simmered, but he gambled. Zealots' fervor cools when winter's teeth gnaw. Journey north epic in scope. 15,000 men. Stark spears, Tully archers, Tyrell skirmishers, Baratheon knights, Renly charmed hearts, Martell light cavalry, Lannister contingent, reluctantly under Jaime. Dragons absent. Eggs inert. Wildfire casks transported. March took 2 moons. Winter deep. Drifts chest high. Rivers frozen iron. Spirits lifted by songs and regajars. Harpatada. At Moat Cailin they feasted on venison. At last Hearth. Great Janumber wrestled 3 knights at once to amuse Prince. Jon rode small Garin, proud, flanked by Aegon and Rhaenys on taller mounts. At Wall, men beheld massive host like none since Age of Heroes. Dane greeted King, his beard frosted silver. He reported walkers amassing. Rhaegar convened war council inside ancient mess hall scented of tar. Strategy. Strike north to intercept ice host before they reach Icemark Valley, where Wall's gap small. Use dragonglass arrows raining death, wildfire trenches, Valyrian steel vanguard. Arthur Dane, Jaime Lannister, Brynden Tully, Barristan Selmy, to lead cavalry wedges. Stannis commanded Stormland infantry with Davos quartermaster Tunatar. Lyanna insisted ride though pregnant again. Rhaegar forbade front lines, but allowed her near supply. Night before March, snow ceased, sky cleared, stars bright as ice chips. Rhaegar played harp near weirwood in haunted forest glade. Jon sat by, humming. The tree's face seemed softer, sap tears glittering. Rhaegar closed eyes, let notes flow. Air warmed, though frost rimmed branches. Red glow pulsed within bark. Jon reached, tiny fingers brushing face of tree. Light leapt, brief, gentle, then died. In hush after, Rhaegar felt assurance, path righteous though perilous. Dawn march. Horns blew 3, not alarm but war song. Host advanced, banners snapping. Dragon, wolf, sun, rose, lion, stag united. Snow underboots groaned. Spirits taut. First clash came at frozen Lake Glimmerdeep. Ice cracked beneath weight of undead giants. Wildfire bomb hurled by trebuchet shattered surface. Green flames roared across water, licking sky. Whites shrieked, blue smoke rising. Archers loosed glass-tipped shafts. Walkers shattered. But many advanced onto land. Valyrian steel sang, Dawn, Oathkeeper newly forged for Jaime. Lady Forlorn, bright roar, return from Lannister vault. Combat fierce. Stalemates until Rhaegar spurred into fray. He wielded Blackfire, recovered from vault. Blade cut through ice armor with hiss of steam. Beside him Jon, small but fearless, rode on shaggy pony, brandishing obsidian-tipped spearmen, scorned until he felled first white. Cheers rose, prophecy breathed. Battle raged 2 days. Fire pits circled camps. Nights lit eerie emerald. On third dawn, blizzard concealed enemy approach. Walkers burst from whiteout, almost overran supply. Lyanna, guarding rear, rallied wavering lines, her war cry wolf's howl. She slew Walker with Rickard Stark's blade ice, reforged half weight half width, edged with obsidian. The blade glowed frost blue but did not shatter. In final hour, Horn of Joramun sounded. Sam Spicer discovered second piece deep mine. He dared blow. Wall trembled at held. Sound stilled attackers. Walker Archlord looked skyward, then retreated, drawing ranks. Army did not pursue across valley of broken spears. Exhaustion rooted men. Snowfall ceased. Silence came like breath long held. Counting dead sobered triumph. Hundreds lost. Yet, undead, army decimated, withdrew north. Scouts returned days later. Bodies gone. Tracks vanish near cavern mouth belching unnatural coal. War not done but first victory hardened men. Rhaegar convened moot at Nightfort ruins. Fires flickered where once mad king kept nightmares. He spoke. We won breath, not life. Winter remains. He proposed fortified line at Icemark, gift lands to wildlings to populate northern frontier, rebuild Nightfort as rally fortress. Lords murmured dissent. He persisted. Jon wandered Nightfort halls lost in wonder. There he found old kitchen sprawl, where giant stone face served his oven. In its mouth, dim glimmer. He crawled, discovered egg-shaped stone warm to touch, veins red like lava diata. He toted to Rhaegar, eyes bright. Maesters tested. Dragon egg, true despite centuries. Rhaegar beheld hope. 3 more eggs found buried in collapsed cellar under black date. 8. Colors: cream with gold, green with bronze, red streaked black. Rhaegar sent them south guarded by Barristan, Jaime, and Arthur, each taking one. Instructions to hatch by any means safe. Jon kept first. Faith militant, exploited king's absence. Aeron crowned self-high regent. Seized sept of Baelor. Rallied smallfolk. Qyburn unleashed first experiment. Massive armored brute called Sir Robert Strong on Sparrow blockades, scattering zealots. Cersei scheming collided with Faith's uprising in blazing riots. When Lannister soldiers massacred zealots in Alley, war erupted anew. Varys dispatched Raven to Rhaegar. Capital burns. Rhaegar torn. He chose send portion of host, south, Tyrell Lannister, Baratheon, and himself with them. Ned, Dane, wildlings and knights watch remained to guard north. Before parting, Ned pressed hand to Rhaegar's shoulder. Realm must not break while we mend top, bottom, and middle. They clasped forearms. Journey south hard, roads choked. A long way, reports of famine, plague. War of faith met them near Duskendale. 2,000 zealots wielding crude arms blocked King's path. Rhaegar rode ahead alone. Harp slung to back, blackfire sheathed. He spoke of winter, of new threat, of need for unity. Many knelt. Some screamed blasphemy. One hurled knife. Aegon deflected with shield. Jon watched from saddle, absorbing spectacle of leadership and risk. They reached King's Landing. Smoke columns. Sparrow battlements atop walls. Cersei greeted at Lion Gate with Robert Strong. She urged quick strike. Rhaegar insisted parley. He met Aeron beneath brooding statues. Aeron denounced demon seed. He offered trial by 7. Rhaegar's 7 champions against Faith's. Rhaegar agreed, for blood of few may save blood of many. Trial set in Dragon Pit. Faith's 7. Aeron himself, 2 towering sparrows, 3 former knights repentant, a silent sister wielding flail. Crown 7. Arthur Dane recalled south in haste. Jaime Lannister, Garland Tyrell, Oberyn Martell, Brianon of Tarth champion for Stormlands, Barristan Selmy, and Rhaegar himself. Combat, brutal. Oberyn's spear shattered Sparrowhelm. Brienne crushed Flail sister. Jaime dueled Repentant Knight, equal skill. One with reverse cut. Arthur faced Aeron. Dawn clashed with Faith's mace inscribed with scripture. Aeron chanted prayers as he swung. Dawn glimmered moon-white. On final pass, Arthur disarmed Aeron and cut mace shaft. He spared Preacher, placing blade at throat. Yet, Aeron spat blue-black blood. Not blood, but ink, and lunged with hidden dagger. Arthur instinctively thrust. Dawn pierced heart. Aeron fell, eyes wide, lips whispering. God shall rise. Ink flowed from wound. Faith host in stands wailed. Some charged pit. Tywin's hidden archers loosed bolts. Riot threatened to reignite. Rhaegar thrust Blackfire point down, bellowed. Enough! His voice boomed unnatural, echoing cavern vast. Many froze. He pronounced victory, demanded faith lay down arms or face exile. Majority complied, shaken by Aeron's demise and King's presence. War of faith ended. Reconstruction began anew. Tywin proposed dowry of Cersei to Aegon, forging lion-dragon line. Rhaegar considered. Aegon keen on marriage to Margaery Tyrell from his travels. Tension brewed. Jon too young, but houses eyed him for daughters. Political ballet resumed. In crypt of Red Keep, Qyburn examined Aeron's corpse. Ink blood, he concluded. Alchemical mixture replacing blood. Warlock's artifact. He told Cersei. They speculated on greater conspiracies. Meanwhile, on ship bound for Pentos, 3 dragon eggs warmed under Colsonhold. Jaime entrusted to ship captain. Storm-wrecked vessel off Stepstones. Egg washed ashore Loreth with fisherman's child. Another went to Lys courtesan, last lost in deep. Back north, Jon's egg pulsed faint warmth near wolf-infested forest. One windy night in glass garden of Winterfell. Egg cracked. Greenish steam curling. Jon, alone, witnessed tiny dragon, unfold wet wings. Scales, pale opal. He named her Firelin. Bran clapped when saw Arya squealed, Robb astonished. Ned moved to secrecy. Dragon stirring will unnerve realm. Jon fed hatchling goat bits. She chirped like hawk. Lyanna traveled north to see dragon. Tears glittered. She wrote Rhaegar. The song is hatching. Rhaegar held letter under moonlight, mind racing. Without dragons, Walker's eventual triumph. With one, perhaps tide turns. But reveal too soon spurs fear. He resolved to wait. Years passed to Jon's 10th name day. Firelin size of dog, wings strong. She perched castle ramparts studying falling snow. Maesters argued keep her chained, Ned refused. Wildlings integrated into gift villages, some joined watch. Faith recovered, new septon moderate. Capital markets thrived again. But Northlights burnt red, more nights. Reports of Walker raids resumed, stronger. Ned wrote, needs dragons now. Jon felt call in dreams. Cold wind howling name, blue eyes in dark. Rhaegar decided, bring dragons south to hatch siblings. He rode north quickly, retinue small. At crossing of Last River, ambush. Cloaked figures bearing single banner, threefold spiral of Korth warlocks. Arrows tipped with obsidian poison felled guards. Rhaegar fought, slew 2, but bolt struck thigh. Pain lanced, he fell into river. Current bore him. Varys later recovered bloodied cloak, body missing. Realm plunged to chaos. Tywin assumed regency for Jon until Rhaegar found. Some claimed king dead, others imprisoned by sorcery. Lyanna distraught. Jon sullen, dragon keening. Firelin spread wings, leapt skyward, circling. In Pentos, Magister Illyrio greeted silver-haired young woman long traveling. The girl with dream of snowboy dashed. He gifted her egg of cream gold. Flame flickered. Across sea and lies courtesan danced for Prince of Myr. Her red-black egg warmed satin pillow. Night's watch reported aurora shaped like 3-headed dragon aligning with Ice Star. Omen stirred hearts. Jon knelt before Winterfell heart tree, whispered father's harp tune. Firelin landed on branch above, crooned. Snow fell gentle. Somewhere beyond horizon, harp strings twanged faint, as though carried on wind. The Game of Thrones reset, but pieces new. A dragon hatchling in snow, a king lost in river, an heir poised at brink of boyhood and prophecy, and winter marching again under banners of silent blue. Realm held breath, waiting next chord of song begun long ago on blood-strewn trident mud. Okay. Snow dusted the ramparts of Winterfell like sifted flour when the raven came, its feathers all black, save a single streak of lapis down one wing that glimmered in lantern light. Maester Luwin untied the scroll and frowned at the seal. Wax impressed with a sigil unfamiliar to any Westerosi craft. A triple spiral surrounded by twisting flames. He warmed the parchment above a brazier, knowing some inks hid until coaxed awake by heat. Words surfaced in jagged Valyrian glyphs, then shifted on the page as though alive, resolving at last into the common tongue. Your king is neither drowned nor dead. He is caged in the land where shadow drinks the sun. Trade the dragon wolf boy for the dragon man, or the harp shall never play again. Send answer by moon's rise, else river carries him west to darkness. Luwin stared until the letters bled back into black smears, the page curling as if scorched from within. A draught hissed through the rookery, and for an instant every raven fell silent. Then the birds resumed their restless croaking, feathers rustling like dry leaves. He folded the scroll into his sleeve, heart hammering. If the message was trap or truth, only one thing was certain. The boy prince must know. Luwin descended spiral steps, boots clicking, and stepped into the courtyard where dusk painted long bruises across snow. Jon Targaryen, 10 years old, violet-gray eyes keen, knelt beside the kennel, slipping a strap of dried venison to Grey Wind. The direwolf pup was nearly full-grown now, taller than any hound in the north, yet gentle beneath Jon's steady hands. Fireland perched on a broken parapet overhead, wings mantled, tail lashing in impatience. "Your Highness," Luwin began, and winced. Jon disliked pomp. The boy lifted his chin, leather gloves smeared with wolf spit. The scar on his cheek, earned sparring with Bran last moonturn, had not yet faded. It lent him a fierceness that sometimes took Luwin aback, as though an older soul peered through a young face. "A message?" Jon asked. "Of a sort." Luwin glanced at surrounding shadows. 2 guards, a pair of stable hands, old Nan shuffling by with a basket of turnips. Too many ears. Best we speak where walls cannot listen. Jon rose, brushing snow from breeches. Grey Wind padded after him. Fireland swooped down, settling on Jon's shoulder with talons light as candle flame. Together they crossed the yard, passed beneath the jaw of that ancient stone arch, whose teeth of black iron reminded every Stark child of giant spears. Luwin guided them into his solar above the library, where windows faced the godswood. Night had silenced the weirwood grove. Moonlight slanted silver through branches bare, save for shivering ravens. He handed Jon the scroll. The boy read quickly, lips tightening. Fireland hissed, a needle-thin sound that steamed in the cold air. The tiny dragon's scales, once milky jade, now shimmered a deep emerald veined with copper. Her wings spanned nearly 3 feet, and sparks danced at the edges when anger pricked her. Jon reread the message. "Shadow that drinks the sun," he murmured. "Ashai?" Luwin inclined his head. "It fits. The warlocks of Korth speak of that city as the well of all shadow. How would they ferry father so far unseen?" Jon's voice quavered only slightly. "From last river to the known world's end. Ships, spells." The maester's shrug felt inadequate. Rhaegar vanished on the water. If sorcery netted him, currents could be circumvented. "Mending," Grey Wind growled, nose lifting. Jon ran knuckles through his fur. "We cannot trade me," he said at last. "King's blood for king's blood, that bargain births doom. Every tale says so." Luwin touched the boy's shoulder. "I carry this to Lord Stark and your mother. They will decide. For now, no word to others." Jon nodded, though reluctance flickered across his face. The maester left him staring out the window. Fireland coiled round his neck like a living torque, amber eyes reflecting moonlight in twin candles. Lyanna received the message seated before Winterfell's hearth, Elena in her lap. The girl, 4 now, clutched a ragdoll knight stitched by Sansa Dewar. Its yarn hair matched her own dark tresses. She made it bob and bow toward the flames each time a log popped. Ned stood nearby, arms crossed, a single streak of silver at his temple that had not been there last spring. He read the scroll twice, jaw muscle taut. "It reeks of sorcerer's bait." Lyanna's face was pale, but her voice did not tremble. "Still, Rhaegar may live. We cannot ignore the chance and deliver our son into their claws." Ned's anger folded in on itself. becoming chill reason. "No, Piney. We could answer without agreeing," she pressed. "Stall until we locate him. We've scoured every port. Varys whisperers find nothing. The warlocks conjure riddles, and now they demand the heir." He exhaled. "If Rhaegar lives, better to rescue him with swords than ransom with boy." Elena looked up. "Mother, why sad?" Lyanna kissed her daughter's brow. "Because riddles cost more than honest words, little star." Ned turned to Luwin. "Send Raven to Sunspear, to Old Town, to Casterly Rock. Any scrap on Ashai-bound ships these months." His eyes narrowed. "And summon the Night's Watch Ravens. Dane's scouts once captured a warlock wandering Frostfangs." "Maybe he spoke of roots." Luwin bowed. "At once, my lord." When he departed, Jon stepped from shadowed alcove, gray wind beside him. "We cannot wait," the boy said. "Father suffers." "Eavesdropping is ill," Ned scolded, though gently. "I will not sit idle." Jon's fists clenched. "Give me 5 riders. I'll track the kidnappers." "Across half the world?" Ned shook his head. "Warlocks weave mazes from thin air. A prince of 10 winters is not their equal." "I have a dragon," Jon said. Fireland chirped in assent, spitting a spark that flared and died. Lyanna set Elena down. The girl scampered to her wolf-carving collection. The queen approached her son, knelt so their eyes met. "Strength is knowing when to wield fire and when to bank it, snowflake. Promise me, no reckless charge." Jon swallowed. "Then teach me how to make plans worthy of a prince." She brushed hair from his brow. "Tomorrow, at dawn. Bring parchment, not sword." "Nasis." The next weeks ground slow as a siege. Ravens returned bearing rumor yet no proof. One spoke of a pale warrior glimpsed on Listock, bound in silver chains. Another told of a songman with broken royal harp performing in masked lord's manse on the Jade Sea. Always the details conflicted: eyes purple, eyes blue, scars on cheek, scars on soul. Varys' spiders, so far south, snared only cobwebs. Meanwhile, the wall sent darker tidings. The walkers massed beyond the gorge again, rebuilding strength. Dead mammoths roamed, skin aflame with false starlight. Dane requested wildling warriors skilled in woods to harry them. Ned dispatched Ricker and Glover outriders, promising more once harvest hauled. But inside Winterfell, another matter ripened. Fireland began shunning cooked meat. Instead, she perched atop the rookery spire, nostrils flaring at icy gusts. Her hide deepened toward jade so dark it seemed black. When Jon tried to lure her with goat haunch, she hissed, yet at midnight flew to his window, curling beside him with tremors running her length, as if some hidden fire sought escape. Luwin studied old Valyrian scrolls. "Adolescence," he mused. "Dragons molt their first scales in heat of change. She needs flame." "We have hearths," Jon said. "Not enough. Dragon pit braziers once burned pitch and coal day long to feed fledglings." The maester gazed at distant mountains. "She may seek hotter heart herself." True to guess, 3 nights later, Fireland vanished into storm-torn dark. Jon woke to emptiness and a shard of shell at bedside, a sliver of her egg. Long kept his charm. It had turned glassy, edges glowing faint. Lyanna found her son cloaked and saddling his pony in pre-dawn gray. "Where?" "After her," he answered, voice rawed. "I feel her fear." Lyanna placed firm hand on reins. "Not alone." An hour later, Jon rode with Arya, Robb, and a dozen guards. Wind howled off shivering sea, peppering faces with needle snow. Ghost and Nymeria flanked gray wind, 3 white shadows loping. They followed dragon tracks. Snow melted in sinuous path toward the hills known as frost fanglets. Steam curled from footprints. Fireland had burned through drifts with each stride. As day waned, distant glow pulsed against low clouds. Green and gold flicker. They pressed on. In a hollow between ice ridges, they found her. Fireland crouched over a fissure, belching sulphurous mist. Flames licked edges, but not wildfire green. Natural fire tinted ghost gold by minerals. She screeched, wings beating, yet did not flee as Jon dismounted. The ground shuddered. Cracks spider-webbed beneath horse hooves. Arya cursed, tugging reins. Sulfur stung nostrils. Robb pointed sword at shadows moving under ice, columns of rising gas. Jon stepped to Fireland, palms up. Easy, Starflame. A roar answered, but softer than wind. Her pupils slit wide, panic and exultation warred. Jon realized she'd scented volcanic heat, impossible in north. Unless magma vein close to surface. Stories spoke of hot springs under Winterfell. Perhaps veins stretched farther. Another tremor. The fissure widened. Molten glow bloomed. Fireland dove, claws scraping ice, as if trying to pry earth open. Steam burst. Shapes formed within, spheres no larger than apples, ejected like glowing seeds. They clattered across crust, cool into stone skins marbled green and orange. Eggs. Robb's eyes widened. She's laying. Not hers. Jon whispered, kneeling. Each stone egg throbbed warmth. She's found siblings. Guards shouted warning. Ice shelf sagged. Jon scooped 3 eggs into satchel. The rest rolled into chasm as crust collapsed. Fireland soared upward, shrieking. Snowfield caved, revealing a cavern lit by molten river far below. Heat blasted faces, eyelashes crisp. They retreated, Fireland following. Behind them, the fissure sealed with hiss of snow, as though ashamed of its brief revelation. When silence returned, Jon cradled eggs in fur. Heart racing. Proof of dragon's rebirth, Arya breathed. Proof to trade for father, Jon said. Expression glazed with sudden insight. Warlocks crave dragon power. They stole the greatest dragon of men. They'll barter for these. Robb bristled. No bargain with kidnappers. Not bargain? Jon replied, eyes distant. Trap. At council next eve, Jon laid eggs upon stone table. Color rippled where lamplight touched. Lyanna listened as he outlined plan. Sail east with small party, display eggs as lure, trade bait for Rhaegar, then bring dragons home. A child's scheme yet edged with acuity. Ned paced before hearth, torn between guardianship and the strange pull of destiny woven round the boy since birth. We cannot let him sail, Sansa urged, voice trembling. He is our hope. Our hope rides chained in shadow, Jon countered. Without father, realm splinters. If this frees him, risk is duty. Tension stretched like wire. At last, Lyanna spoke. I go with him. Gasps, Dot. She continued. Warlocks plot the Wolf Queen's fall as much as the heirs. They will expect bait, not mother's claws. Ned shook head. We need you here. Walkers. Faith unrest. Brandon once died because I was locked safe. Her voice cracked. No more. A raven arrived midnight, bearing seal of Arthur Dayne. Eastwatch scouts captured sailor from Ashai-bound vessel, wrecked off Skagos. Sailor babbled of silver prince and coffin of resin, skin alive, but eyes sealed, guarded by masked ones whispering. Proof weak, yet enough to tilt scale. By dawn, plan forged. A small fleet would sail. The direwolf-clad caravel song for spring, captained by Davos Seaworth, loaned from Stannis, who saw benefit in rescuing king he respected, and 2 Tyrell galleys for escort. Margaery herself insisted to solidify court friends. On board, Lyanna, Jon Arya, disguised as cabin boy despite protests, Davos' son Mathos, Maester Luwin for counsel, and 10 picked knights sworn to secrecy. They would navigate via Braavos, then east by Summer Sea to avoid Korth spies. Ned watched dock farewell, snow swirling. Grey wind boarded, tail wagging, Fireland circled mast, shrieking farewell before perching on yardarm. Ned embraced Lyanna, whispered, Bring him home. To Jon he pressed a dagger, Valyrian steel, old as Night's Watch, blade named Dawn Shadow, gifted by Sir Arthur for the boy. Jon sheathed it, jaw set. Sails blossomed like gray wings. Oars dipped. Winterfell's banners faded in white haze. Ned stood till only gulls remained. Feeling heart anchor pulled east. The sea showed no mercy. In the bight, storms battered song for spring 3 days. Snapping mainmast of one Tyrell galley. They limped to Sisterton for repairs. Bribes poured to buy silence. Arya proved nimble topmast scuttler, unlacing torn sails faster than grown sailors. Davos laughed, water dancer among gulls. Past Bravos, they skirted coast of Essos, hugging currents. Jon spent hours on prow, Firelin on his shoulder. Eggs warming below deck in box, filled with hot sand changed daily. Luwin recorded temperatures and dripped oil onto shells per Valyrian treatise. Nurturing but restraint. Hatching required song and sacrifice, none wished yet. At Tirash, cloaked figures trailed them. One crossbow bolt thudded railing before guards chased assailants. Sigil on bolt's fletch. Threefold spiral. Warlocks ahead of them. Lyanna held counsel in cabin. They watch ports. We need ghost current. Davos suggested step. Sail for Slavers Bay disguised as spice traders. From there charter smaller dramans to cut south of Valyria's smoking ruins, then east. Dangerous waters haunted by fire ships and krakens, but stealth over safety. They agreed. In Meereen, they found city in unrest. Harpies murdering lords, unsullied patrol alleys. They kept heads down, traded silver for 3 nimble sandship galleys crewed by half-Carthy smugglers with questionable loyalties. Arya winked at deckhand, stole his dagger, returned it just to test reflex. He grinned toothless approval. Weeks blurred. Wine-dark open sea, constellations foreign. Firelin hunting fish midair, returning damp yet triumphant. The dragon grew, now length of hound, wingspan wider than Joan's reach. At night she curled around crate of eggs, protective. But water turned sickly green near shadow lands. Crew whispered of ghost fires dancing atop masts. Luwin's instruments spun unpredictable. One night, Arya glimpsed shapes off starboard. Slender ships of dark lacquer. Sails painted with crescent moons devouring stars. No wake churned behind them, as if gliding upon glass. Davos ordered lanterns doused. They drifted silent. Moon set, world black. When dawn came, strange ships gone. Yet a token left. A single obsidian coin on deck, carved both sides with same spiral as ransom message. Lyanna studied coin. They heard us. Let them, Jon said. His expression, older than his years. Wolves feign weakness to lure prey. Ashai loomed at last. A city of vast black walls squatting where great ash winds howled dust so fine it tasted of charcoal. River ash slid thick and glassy, red as rust. Sunlight fought to pierce perpetual gloom yet failed, leaving half-light world of muted colors. Buildings clawed sky, each carved from oily stone that swallowed torch glow. Even gulls kept away. Ships moored at the quays of shadow were silent. Figureheads carved as shrieking women and serpents ended midway to water, half melted by unknown heat. Jon felt chest tighten under weight of quiet, as though stepping into tomb. Firelin hissed low, her scales dulled, sparks dimmed. Dockmaster, a figure draped in gray silk that hid face, accepted coin before leading them along tunnel streets, lit by flickering green lanterns. Smells of brimstone and exotic incense wove cloying tapestry. People they passed eyed dragon warily but did not flee. Children with black lacquered masks giggled behind curtains. At jade-roofed manor overlooking River Delta, escort halted. Before double doors of bone-white teak stood 2 towering guards in robes. Faces blank silver masks with spiral etchings. Heir and mother alone, one intoned. Voice of rust scraping stone. Lyanna's fingers tightened on Jon's. My night's come too. The pact was for 2. Masks, tone unchanging. Davos whispered, We'll stay blade ready. Signal, we crash. Jon stepped forward. We go. Firelin on his shoulder growled, but clung. Through doors they entered atrium walled by mirrors that reflected torchlight into maze of shards. At center, obsidian dais held coffin of translucent resin. Within, Rhaegar Targaryen, eyes closed, hair drifting like silver weeds suspended, hands crossed around nothing. No chains, only runes etched in resin. Lyanna's breath stuttered. She ran to coffin, pressed palms. Rhaegar. Tears, streaked cheeks. Wake, Tartan. From shadow, a man in purple robes glided. Pyat Pri, warlock of Korth, though leaner now, veins blackened by shade. Starlight Bride returns, he crooned. Bring the hatchling? Jon faced him squarely. Dragon Wolf Heir, yes. You free the king, you take eggs. Pri's lips cracked into needle grin. Half the bargain, eggs first. Lyanna drew dagger. Open coffin first. Pri raised hand, braziers flared blue. Mirrors shimmered and reflections of warlock multiplied until 20 Pris circled them, all chanting thin high note that pierced ear. Firelands screeched, flames spouting. Blue fire clashed green, sending sparks across floor. Jon snatched satchel, withdrew one egg, marbled orange, pulsing. Break coffin, or I shatter egg. Pri's chant faltered a beat. You wouldn't, echoed 20 mouths. Try, Jon said. He tossed egg high, time slowed. Pri flicked wrist. Invisible force halted egg, mid-air. Yet Fireland lunged, jaws clamping onto egg, wings pumping. She twisted, flames blasting illusions. Half the mirrors shattered. Real Pri staggered. Concentration broken. Egg fell, Jon caught. Lyanna plunged dagger into rune at coffin base. Resin cracked like lightning across glass. Rhaegar's eyes snapped open, wild with confusion. Water gushed, coffin sides melting. Blue flames guttered to smoke. Pri shrieked, new illusions rising. But footsteps thundered. Davos and knights burst in. Steel ringing. Battle blurred. Reflections versus flesh. Blue fire versus steel. Fireland darted like comet, searing false images. Arya slipped in behind sailors, backstabbed one warlock aide, dancing aside streams of shadow. Lyanna pulled Rhaegar free. He fell coughing, but conscious. Jon hurled dagger dawn shadow. It pierced Pri's chest. Warlock stiffened, mouths open, then collapsed. Illusions blew away as dust. Hall fell silent, save crackle of dying braziers. Rhaegar knelt, drenched, staring at wife. Then son. Lyanna. Jon. His voice a rasp. He touched Jon's face, awe-washing grime. You came through darkness. Jon hugged him, tears muddling courage. Fireland landed on coffin edge, surveying king like curious cat. Knights bound surviving warlocks. Davos urged swift retreat. In courtyard, smog greased sky, but a sliver of sun pierced, casting pale halo on Rhaegar's head. Jon pressed egg into warlock prisoners' grasp. God, tell your masters. Dragon fire burns betrayal. They departed under veil of dust. Dockworkers gasped at dragons spitting azure flames behind them. As sails filled, Rhaegar embraced Lyanna on quarterdeck. I dreamed your coming, he whispered. Harp strings guiding wolves and dragons. She touched his lips, murmuring. Woo tuned them together. Voyage home cursed by storms chasing, as though shadowlands themselves hurled rage. Yet Rhaegar's presence heartened crew. At nights, he plucked spare lyre. Notes stitched torn spirits. He spoke little of captivity. Only that songs spoke to him in resin sleep, giving pieces of prophecy clearer than waking sight. Of his father Ares shrieking in flame, of a wall of night cracked by red star, of 3 heads of dragon hovering over breast of boy. On calm evening, he requested Jon bring fireland and eggs. They gathered on forecastle beneath lantern, waves sighing. Rhaegar knelt before dragon, palm extended. Fireland sniffed, then touched snout to his hand. Scales shimmered bright gold briefly. Rhaegar smiled. First of 3, others hide in stone, waiting for right chord. He looked at Jon. When time comes, you will sing them free. But I cannot play. Jon confessed. Harp lessons fail. Rhaegar chuckled. Music is not only plucked strings. It is heartbeat, breath, will, ton. He placed Jon's hand over Egg. Listen. Jon closed eyes. He felt faint vibration, like distant drum. He matched breathing to pulse. Egg warmed. Threads of sound wove inside skull. Faint but there. He whispered note. Firelin answered with chirp. Egg brightened, then calmed. Rhaegar exhaled. Good. Storm broke next day, smashing foremast, drowning one sailor. They reached Pentos limping. Illyrio Mopatis welcomed with lavish feast. Shocked yet delighted to host returned king and living dragon. He offered ships, gold, rumors of other eggs. Rhaegar accepted maps, but declined extended stay. Whispers raced faster than gulls. Dragon Prince rescued. Queen Wolf sails with brood. Across free cities, factions recalculated. In Volantis, Black Brotherhood armed war galleys to intercept, but too late. Royal fleet slipped past. Along Westeros coast, beacons lit. By time sails spotted off Duskendale, crowds gathered. Bells rang a song not heard since peace accord coronation. Hope? But others scowled. Faith factions. Tywin's agents fearing shift of power. Cersei argued to keep regency. Backroom deals flickered. Dockside. Rhaegar disembarked. Jaime knelt. Tywin performed controlled bow. Cheers drowned horns. Jon rode onto pier. Astrid gray stallion. Firelin soared overhead trailing sparks. Rose petals rained. That night, great hall feast. Rhaegar spoke. Darkness grows north, but light returns stronger. I live by courage of my wife, my son, my realm. Together we forge dawn. Cheers. Tywin noted new gleam in King's gaze. Tempered steel, less dreamer. Dangerous. Later, Rhaegar met small council. He stripped Tywin of regency gently but firmly, praising stewardship yet reclaiming reins. He named Davos' hand for bravery and honesty. Gasps, Detting. Tywin smiled thin. He decreed faith pardoned no arms, malicious to integrate gold cloaks, answer crown. High Septon reluctantly bowed. He summoned lords to Dragon Pit for vision. Display of Firelin. Crowds watched as young dragon ignited bale of straw with single gout. Maesters recorded height. Panic tempered by King's assurance dragon will fight only winter foe. Weeks of diplomacy followed. Rhaegar and Lyanna toured Riverlands, reached Dorne, each step building support. In Winterfell, Stark banners flutter with pride. Ned and Rhaegar stood before Hearttree renewing alliance. In White Harbor, ships christened Harmony and Dawncaller for planned supply to wall. At Night Fort, reconstruction begun. Wildlings settled New Rime Village. Walkers quiet, but Dane uneasy. Horizon glimmering unnatural green at night. Back south, trouble brewed. Qyburn perfected monstrous knights. Cersei plotted to place them near throne. Tywin contacted Iron Bank regarding debts if Rhaegar pursues Grand Northern War. Faith extremists hidden still preach, dragon is abomination. Warlocks wounded but alive vow vengeance. They send glass candle messages to unknown allies. Rhaegar, sensing subcurrents, doubled Kingsguard, adding Brienne, Garland, Wildling Spearwife, Val, as symbol of realm's unity. He established Council of Magic. Maesters, Red Priests, children of forest envoys sought by Bran's ravens. Purpose: weave ancient knowledge against the cold. Dragon eggs placed in Dragon Pit furnace beneath harp melody nights. Rhaegar and Jon practiced heart psalm. Lyanna expecting third child. Omen, maybe third head. On Jon's 12th, name day, feast at Dragonstone. During ritual, meteor shower lit sky, red streaks across black. Firelin soared through sparks, shrieking triumph. Egg of cream gold beneath furnace cracked. First hairline glint. Prophecy stirred again. But watchers unseen rejoiced too. On Skagos, cloaked figure lifted dragon glass horn found near wreck, lips to mouth, sounded note. Others had not dared. Ice fissured far north. Blue fires awoke. And, on stepstones, Lys courtesan, now wealthy, sold red-black egg to Selsale captain bound for Westeros. His buyer a lion queen hungry for power. In this quiet before storm, hopes soared, treacheries deepened. The song of ice and fire reached crescendo not yet heard. Harp strings tightened, waiting one stroke to unleash music that could shatter night or realm. Ka. Din Kai. The first crack in the cream and gold egg came at the black hour before dawn, when only sailors and ghosts can tell east from west. The dragon pit furnaces slumbered beneath their iron grates, their coals banked low so masons could work without bathing in unbearable heat. Yet the shell still shivered, a spiderweb fissure, ringing its circumference like a halo caught in birth. No sentry heard it. Even the pyromancers dozing on benches behind the thick bronze door felt nothing more than a brief ripple through the soles of their boots. An illusion, they later swore, or perhaps an echo of the waves that boomed against the cliff far below. But the egg sibling, the green and bronze stone taken from the frost-fanglet vent, felt it. Half a mile away in his tower chamber, Jon Targaryen sat upright in bed, skin pricking with sudden heat. Firelin, curled at the foot of his blankets, snapped her jaws once, twice, nostrils flaring. Sparks drifted from between her teeth. Jon pressed a palm to her warm scales, trying to steady the thunder inside his chest. No nightmare had shaken him awake. Something else, a blind white flare of certainty, had torn him from sleep. He rose, shrugging into a wool dressing robe to ward off the keep's midnight chill, and padded barefoot to the table, where the green and bronze egg rested in its sand cradle. For moons, it had done nothing but pulse very faintly whenever he strummed a harp string or whispered the Valyrian lullaby his father favored. Now, as he watched, moat-sized motes of orange raced beneath its shell like sparks beneath river ice. The boy's breath caught. Firelin leapt from the bed and landed beside him with barely a whisper of talons. She bowed her head to the egg, then lifted her gaze to Jon with an intensity too old for her brief years. Her pupils dilated until only thin rings of amber rimmed each eye. A low, thrumming purr erupted from deep inside her chest, a sound more felt than heard. It vibrated through Jon's sternum, storming his marrow. At the same moment, another awareness brushed his thoughts, foreign yet familiar, as though an unseen candle flared somewhere miles away in pitch dark. Awake. Jon whispered the word aloud. He could not have said whether he spoke to the egg or to himself. Wind moaned beyond the shutters, rattling the iron latches. Snowflakes blew through a crack, swirling like pale embers. The faint glow dancing through the eggshell brightened, then faded, then brightened again in a steady rhythm too measured for chance. A heartbeat. Jon matched his own breaths to that pulse and felt his nerves settle into the cadence. His left hand rose, almost of its own accord, and he began to tap the table with 2 fingers, rhythms his father had taught him when the harp strings blistered Jon's fingertips raw. Once, twice, thrice in quick succession, then a longer pause. The opening measure of Cantus of Dawn. Rhaegar's favorite march. The green and bronze egg answered each stroke. Light flared within exactly as Jon's finger met wood, dimmed as he lifted. On the 9th tap, hairline cracks fissured the shell, sending fine dust onto the sandbed. Jon held his breath. Firelin hissed softly. The door banged wide. Rhaegar stepped in wearing only a scarlet nightshirt and leggings, his silver hair sweeping loose. Lyanna followed, the swell of her pregnancy straining the thin wool of her shift. Behind them jingled the maester's chain. Luwin had obviously been roused, yet neither parent paid heed to propriety. Their eyes locked on the egg. Jon drew back to let them see. "It hears," he whispered. Rhaegar approached the table with slow, reverent steps. A sliver of cracked shell broke free, tumbled, and shattered on the wooden planks. The king inhaled sharply. His hands, once calloused by sword and harp both, trembled when they settled on Jon's shoulders. He did not speak, but his grip tightened as another piece fell, and a third. The fissures met, tracing a jagged equator around the egg's girth. A final, decisive shudder racked its surface, and then green and bronze split neatly in two. A wet creature the length of Jon's forearm slid onto the sandbed, It was black, or so it seemed at first. But as torchlight struck membranes still glossy with birth fluid, flecks of bronze flared wherever the scales touched flame. 2 wings unfolded, shaking droplets that hissed on hot sand. Lyanna gasped. The babe raised its head, blinked translucent inner eyelids, and emitted a keening squeal pitched far above dog whistle range. All 3 direwolves sleeping before the hearth sprang up at once, Grey Wind, Nymeria, and Lady, and threw back muzzles to howl. Their voices mingled with the hatchling's cry until every chamber of the Red Keep rang with echoes. Maester Luwin instinctively groped for his parchment satchel, then decided whatever memory remained after such a night needed no ink to preserve it. Rhaegar knelt beside the cradle. "Welcome, bright flame," he breathed. "Welcome to the turning of the world." The realm awoke to news of the second dragon, as to a clap of thunder rolling across summer plains. Ravens from King's Landing bore the simple words, "Bright flame born at dawn," on ribbons stamped with wax, showing a dragon clutching a lily. No explanation accompanied it. The maester's cipher alone sufficed. The next courier's message named the hatchling Visenya, a nod to the conqueror who once rode Rhaegar, though small folk quickly dubbed the creature the Bronze Spark after glimpsing her during a brief sunrise flight above the capital. In Old Town, the Conclave broke into open shouting for the first time since Ares burned his last pyromancer. Archmaester Valen of the Jade Key stamped out of the meeting, screaming that the world would drown in sorcery and ignorance if the Citadel refused to study these dragons, while his rival Denistan of the Silver Mask argued no maester should lend credence to Targaryen theatrics. They settled the matter by voting to send a delegation north, to Winterfell, not King's Landing, on the grounds that the Stark Queen might grant access where Rhaegar would not. In Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister read the Raven, while a blacksmith hammered a new breastplate outside his window. He tore the parchment in 2, set it in the brazier, and stared at the flames devouring the words. 2 heads hatched, he growled to Kevin. "Not one more in the world crowns that boy before I can place a lion beside him." He ordered Cersei to hasten her plans. Whatever dark alchemy she and Qyburn brewed behind locked doors had to reach fruition before Jon's 3rd score of eggs could hatch. In Sunspear, Princess Arianne, only 3 springs younger than Jon but more cunning by half, studied the letter and smiled. 2 dragons, 1 wolf prince. "My father favors older brothers, but younger sisters may pick their own alliances." She began composing a note in cipher to her cousin Rhaenys proposing a fosterage exchange. Dorne would host Elena for a year, in return for a promise that Jon's eventual marriage considered Dornish blood. Rhaenys, who carried all of her mother Elia's gentle fire, accepted the proposition before Doran Martell could veto it, and sent a secret line at the bottom. "Tell Arianne I will ride a dragon before the next moon turn, and she is welcome to come watch." Of all the replies carried south to the Red Keep, none changed Rhaegar's plans. He summoned his war council the following eve. Only 15 attended this time. Ned Stark and Howland Reed arrived through the shivering sea by sloop. Davos Seaworth, now hand, sat at the king's right. Oberyn Martell lounged across tapestried chairs, eyes glittering. Garland Tyrell, Sir Jaime, Sir Arthur Dane, Brienne, and Sir Barristan comprised the King's Guard contingent. Grand Maester Pycelle Wyse from the West End, and in the eastern shadow, Rhaegar unfurled a map of the realm so large it swallowed half the table. Pinholes ringed its edges from countless prior councils, but new pins gleamed bright gold. Each represented a newly fortified holdfast, a repaired bridge, or a resettled wildling village in the gift. Dozens speared the north, a score dotted the riverlands and the reach. Even Dorne sported 4 along its boneway passes. Only the Westerlands and Stormlands remained sparse. "The dragons are not our goal," Rhaegar began. "They are tools. The goal is survival. The long night gathered in secret centuries before we were born. It grows bolder each moon. Reports from Eastwatch say another wave of dead marched 2 nights past, testing our new watchforts. We repelled them, but Sam Spicer's ravens list our stores. Dragonglass enough for 1 year of sustained war. If the wall falls, it won't," Ned broke in quietly. "Stone and ice hold." Arthur's men strengthened the weakest crests. "The horn lost by those wildlings still rests deep under caged ice. Even stone fails," Rhaegar countered. "Ashai's prison held me until it cracked. The wall will break. We must be ready." He gestured to Jon standing silent beside the dais. The boy laid both hands on the map. "Dautuwashi." Firelin perched on his left shoulder. The bronze hatchling Visenya clung to a leather gauntlet on his right arm. The younger dragon chirped with tiny ferocity each time her tail brushed Firelin's flank. Jon's eyes reflected twin flames, green and bronze, from their throats. "When the wall falls," Jon said, voice clear, "these two will lead flights north to strike the Walker's generals. But dragons alone cannot hold every valley. We need strong fortresses in depth." He tapped 3 points. "Winterfell, Carhold, and the Dreadfort. We shore these. Then we create supply depots here, here, and here." His fingers marked Eastwatch, Greywater Watch, and Deepwood Motte. Howland Reed nodded approvingly. Oberyn Martell arched one eyebrow high. "The boy speaks as if born with a captain's mind," he observed. Jon offered a tight smile. "War came to my cradle. I grew listening." Arthur Dayne glanced toward Firelin. "We need them larger first. They grow on war," Jon said. "Firelin has doubled volume since her first hunt. Then they require more hunts." Arthur mused. "West of the wall." Ned stiffened. "You mean to send children beyond the curtain into dead lands?" Rhaegar raised a hand. "Not yet, but soon. Bright Flame and Firelin must blood themselves properly. We avoid needless risk until the third egg hatches, though we may wait years." The council murmured. Pycelle coughed, his beard jiggling. "Your Grace, these matters press on other fronts. Grain runs thin in the Crownlands. If we divert more north, we feed the realm's belly before it's soared," Davos interjected. "Manderley and Tyrell granaries produce surpluses. Already convoys sail each sennight." Pycelle sniffed. "Sailors die in storms. Roads by cart can be seized by sparrows," Jaime cut in, eyes shining with sardonic amusement. "Better pirates than zealots these days." The Grand Maester wheezed indignantly. Ned and Howland locked gazes. Each recognized in the other the tension of many fronts, one crowned. While the argument spiraled, Oberyn leaned across the table and whispered to Jon. "When the third sister hatches, what will her color be?" Jon stroked Firelin's jaw. "I feel red, maybe gold. Fire's heart." Oberyn grinned. "A dragon the shade of sunset would suit Dorne." Jon met the Viper's stare unflinchingly. "If she chooses Dorne, she flies there." He paused. "But dragons choose none save the song inside them." Oberyn laughed softly. "Ah, but songs drift on winds. And Dorne's wind hums unique melody." 2 nights later, Tywin Lannister received a rider from Qyburn Ashai. The letter arrived folded within a calf leather pouch, sealed by a copper ring shaped like a 16-petaled rose. Cersei's message read, "Father, our own hatchling seeks furnace heat. The milk is sour but the serpent thrives. Prepare the garden. See." He understood the cipher. Her hatchling meant the red and black egg stolen from Lys. The garden referred to the dungeons beneath Casterly Rock where Qyburn perfected the latest iteration of his monstrous knight, Sir Robert Strong. The phrase milk is sour signified some unforeseen risk, but not a fatal flaw. Tywin summoned a contingent of Silent Sisters secretly in his pay, ordering them to transport Qyburn's work south. The sisters obeyed without a word. They'd served Tywin since the final cruelty at the Trident, where one of their order had spirited away young Cersei to comfort a briefly imprisoned Lionel Frey. Leverage Tywin had held over the twins for years. Now, leverage must be reapplied to the entire realm. If the Targaryen wolves built their bulwark in the north, Tywin would breed his champion south. Let dragons sprout wings, the lion's claws would test whether scales alone shielded hearts. The last warmth of autumn shattered in one final storm that hammered the wall with sleet like dragon glass shards. Arthur Dayne emerged onto the ice walkway that morning to find the world white and silent. His breath plumed in the pale dawn. The forest beyond looked like a drowned land frozen mid-wave, every pine bough heavy, drooping. But directly in front of the center gate, 50 paces beyond the melt trenches, a spiral symbol had been carved into the snow overnight. It matched exactly the mark, once gouged into frostfang drifts, at the spot where Arthur slew his first walker. The spiral remained untouched by wind, its lines too perfect to draw by gloved human hand. At its center lay a severed elk head, freshly killed, blood frozen into rubies scattered across white. Its eyes had been replaced with shards of blue crystal that glowed faintly even in dawn gloom. Arthur knelt, drew dawn, and prodded snow. The lines were shallow but precise. He traced them inward until dawn's tip reached the heart where the elk head rested. A tremor passed up the blade into his wrist, so fleeting he might have dreamed it, and then the crystals winked out. The air itself seemed to drift away, soundless vacuum, before normal winds resumed. The Kingsguard knight signaled his men. They erased the symbol, dragged the elk carcass into a bonfire pit, and sent a raven south. Enemy sends sigil. They study us while we dig deeper. Send more glass, more oil. Winter speaks. 3 days later the reply came by fast gull from White Harbor. Glass forged. Ships leave hourly. Dragons to train north of Wall soon. Keep flame. Arthur nodded grimly. He looked at the horizon where green and bronze and emerald dragons would soon fly. But he could not shake the memory of the brief emptiness that blanketed noise when his sword touched that spiral. Something in that hush spoke of deeper malice than cold hunger. Winterfell's godswood bore witness to a different hush. The hush of swift births and slower omens. Lyanna's labor came on the last night of the first frost. Jon knelt by the heart tree while midwives scurried through corridors. Fireland curled around bright flame atop the weirwood's lowest bough, both dragons humming low chords that dripped down the trunk into the ground. The boy did not even attempt to still them. 2 hours past midnight, Ned emerged from the keep portals, cloak flapping. "A son," he announced. His voice shook with relief and something else. Worry perhaps, or awe. "Your brother lives, yet your mother sleeps still. She lost much blood. Maester Coleman says prayers." Jon exhaled a breath he didn't realize he'd held. "What name?" Ned shook his head. "Your father will decide when he sails north." Jon rose, brushing pine needles from his knees. "I will sing for her." Entering the birthing chamber, he found Rhaegar seated on the edge of the great bed, holding a swaddled infant whose eyes, wide already, glittered dark violet. Lyanna lay pale but breathing. Rhaegar looked up when Jon knelt by the hearth. "Sing," the king murmured. Jon drew a small bone flute from his pocket, a gift from Howland Reed, made from the thigh of a marsh bird. He played the measure he had tapped that first night bright flame hatched. 9 notes, then a pause, then 9 notes again. Fireland and bright flame, peering through the open shutters, resonated a chord to harmonize. A spark flew from bright flame's nostrils, drifted into the hearth, and the dying logs roared back to life. Lyanna's eyelids fluttered. She gave a faint smile. Rhaegar exhaled, eyes moist. "He heard your song, my love. Another star for our sky. What shall we call him?" Lyanna gazed at Jon, then at the infant. "Call him Brandon." Her voice was a whisper of winter leaves on stone. "For the brother I lost, and the warg who guards the wall." She touched Jon's cheek. "And because the North's name belongs in the line of dragon kings." Thus Brandon Targaryen, 3rd child of the king, entered the realm. Brandon's birth stirred old hatreds south of the neck. In King's Landing, disciples of Aeron the faith drowned, still clinging to power behind false septs, declared the boy an abomination born of sin, the black stallion of a prophecy they'd woven from scraps of scripture and fear. They preached that 3 dragon kin would rise, devour the stars, and usher an endless night. That such raving spread beyond Flea Bottom surprised no one, but when minor lords in the Stormlands began posting raven-nailed manifestos supporting the prophecy, the crown could not ignore it. Stannis Baratheon rode to King's Landing with 200 knights to pledge full support to the king, both to silence his rebellious bannermen and to claim a seat at the table shaping Northern war. Rhaegar greeted him with formal thanks. Yet behind closed doors, Stannis demanded dragonglass shipments to Storm's End. Davos approved. Rhaegar also promised to foster one of Stannis' nephews in King's Landing. Reluctantly, Stannis allowed Renly's youngest natural son, born of a brief union with a tavern singer, to serve as page at court. In the Westerlands, Tywin tightened his grip. Cersei's red and black egg, after months of slow coaxing with alchemical heat, provided by Cleburne's hellish furnaces, began to pulse. Instead of flares of vibrant life, however, the shell oozed soot-black vapor each time cracks reckoned at edges. Qyburn insisted progress. Cersei insisted patience. Tywin demanded results. When Qyburn admitted the egg might be tainted by Lysan potions within its stone pores, Tywin's face hardened like iron. He ordered the entire laboratory moved within a week to Harrenhal, where wildfire caverns could feed constant heat. Qyburn complied, but the relocation set tongues wagging. Baggage carts filled with screaming crates, dead horses bled white, mysterious casks labeled Ibn-Ice Amber moving beneath heavy tarps. Lords traveling the King's Road avoided the convoy as if plague followed in its wake. The third winter storm struck the wall 2 weeks after Brandon's birth. This one did not recede. Winds hammered fortifications for 9 continuous days. On the 10th dawn, watchmen at Eastwatch reported a grinding groan that rose from deep within the ice, like glaciers colliding. Arthur Dayne scrambled to the parapet and saw, through blowing snow, a fissure slicing the outer face of the wall from crest, nearly halfway to the ground. It zigzagged, widening slowly. Every brother not essential to Eastwatch's defense raced with heated iron bars, pouring them into the crack to fuse ice. It helped, but did not seal fully. Raven to King's Landing. Crack widens daily. Need stone masons, alchemists with firepots. Rhaegar answered. Masons sail. I come with dragons when weather clears. But weather did not clear. Sheets of ice 16 feet thick sloughed off the wall like shed scales, exposing never-seen black striations inside. When torches flickered near the rents, the ice refused to melt. Corgali's best rights chipped samples. They rang metallic when struck. He suspected frozen iron, impossible, unless ages past someone built the wall atop ore veins. Stannis, having satisfied his grievances, rode north with his knights to offer reinforcement. He camped outside Castle Black as snows swirled higher than his warhorse's flanks. He walked the ramparts with Arthur Dayne. A fortress is only as strong as the men who hold it, he noted. How many true swords remain? 400, Dayne answered, and 3 dragons soon. I prefer men, Stannis muttered. Dragons answer to no law. Dayne looked east, where the crack yet hid in blowing white. Some laws we must bend or break. From the moment Brandon Targaryen drew his first breath, Jon's dreams changed. He no longer climbed broken towers in sleep. Instead he flew, but not upon Fireland or Brightflame. He felt broader wings under him, a roar louder, heart hotter. Sometimes he soared above fields with rivers of fire pouring behind. Sometimes above endless night where blue stars blinked out as he passed. Always the same refrain chased him. 3 heads, 1 heart, break the dawn. He spoke of the dreams only to his father. Rhaegar listened intently one night beside Winterfell's roaring brazier. The 3rd dragon calls from stone, he murmured. But its song is too strong for fledgling ears. That is why the dreams unsettle you. Will it hatch soon? Jon asked. Not yet. Eggs hatch when peril nears its peak. Stone feels need. Danziger. Jon touched the gleaming scales on Brightflame's shoulder. Danger grows every night. The ice crack on the wall. Even danger has crescendos, Rhaegar said. Patience wields swords better than haste. He strummed his travel harp, coaxing gentle melody. Fireland settled, eyes sliding half-closed. Brightflame leaned into Rhaegar's knee, humming in tune. Jon lay beside them, and the dream did not come that night. South in Harrenhal, Qyburn's furnaces roared night and day. The red and black eggs sat in a brass cage, at the center of a pentagram traced in melted gold. Qyburn added blood daily, ingredients from goats, pigs, and of late, a pair of condemned poachers. Still, the egg rejected life. Utter night seemed to devour every spark of flame. No ripple of vigor pulsed through. Cersei watched from a balcony, frustration pressing nails into her palms. "It needs royal blood," Qyburn proposed at length. "To awaken the king inside." Cersei's lip curled. "My own carries dragon ancestry enough. Valyrian traces through my grandmother." She cut her palm, let droplets spatter the shell. Nothing happened. Qyburn's pale eyes glittered. "Stronger lineage," he whispered. "Aegon, or the Wolf Prince." Cersei shoved him against a column. "Touch my son and the mountain will gut you." But that night, as torches spat and cast tall shadows on Harren's broken walls, Qyburn slipped into the prison keep where Amari Frey had birthed a stillborn baby weeks before. The child had been preserved on milk of poppy at his suggestion. Dragging the cold little corpse in a linen wrap, he approached the furnace dais. Perhaps any royal blood would do, alive or recently not. The Freys had as much Targaryen ancestry as any through some ancient match. He opened the brass cage, laid the dead infant's hand upon the egg, and whispered spells the warlocks of Korth traded for silent sister flesh. A tremor shook the shell. Cracks spidered across it, and then healed. The child's hand blackened instantly to ash. The egg pulsed once. A deep red glow like banked coals stirred by bellows. Qyburn smiled. "Closer," he crooned. "Closer." Pot. The first wildling refugees reached Winterfell's new camp at Long Barrow as the year died. They had walked 20-odd leagues south from the gorge, escorted by watch rangers. Half their children succumbed to lung fever en route, yet still they marched. These were not the scavenging tribes who'd attacked Mole Town seasons before. These wore dyed sealskin and carried curved bone knives. They called themselves the Talon, worshipped a hawk goddess said to tear the moon each month and let its blood fall as snow. Their chieftain, a fierce woman named Calamunai, knelt before Ned Stark but demanded land right beneath full sky. "Bread warms belly," she told Ned, "but earth warms bones." Ned granted them acreage along the green fork of the White Knife. They vowed to guard shipments south each spring. Jon visited their camp disguised in furs. He watched as Kella drew chalk spirals on her daughters' foreheads to mark the hawk's wings. He felt uneasy until Kella's oldest, a girl of 12 with hair white like frost, approached him. "Mooneye saw you in dream," she said in rough common. "Fireboy with snow heart. When sky screams you chase tail of dragon into darkness. Remember, not every shadow swallows light. Some carry it." "Thou." Jon said he would remember. Spring never came. By Westerosi reckoning, the new year should have dawned with green buds in the reach. But the apple orchards of Highgarden remained bare. Frost laced the roses for which Mace Tyrell's banners boasted, and farmers fretted over feed grain dwindling. Supply convoys from the south slowed. Ships iced in the Mander's Mouth. Garland Tyrell traveled to King's Landing to request crown assistance. He arrived one morning to find streets choked not with sparrows, but with silent, masked penitents dressed in ash-gray robes, their mouths sewn closed. They bore banners showing the threefold spiral. When gold cloaks moved to disperse them, the penitents knelt and slashed their own palms, smearing cobblestones with blood patterns that melted frost to reveal the symbol of the cold dawn. Rhaegar ordered the masks removed. Underneath each hood was an ordinary peasant from some outlying vill. None would speak. Their tongues had been cut weeks ago. Maesters could not identify them. Even Varys whisperers found no names. But one turned her cheek toward the king when he passed. Carved in her flesh by careful hands was a perfect, flawless rune identical to the spiral on the wall. That night, Rhaegar stood alone atop the tallest tower and stared north, as if he might see the crack in the wall across hundreds of leagues. A raven perched on the gargoyle beside him. Its feathers showed one streak of lapis like the courier that had brought news of his kidnapping. When he tried to shoo it, the raven spoke. "Break the sun, break the star, wake the night." Then it fluttered away into the snow-swollen dark. Jon trained daily in the yard with Robb and Arya. Brandon Babe cooed from a basket near the smithy, watched over by old Nan, while Bright Flame flapped clumsily overhead. Fireland soared farther south now, hunting along the Barrowlands, but returned nightly to roost on the First Keep's highest roof. She tolerated the younger dragon's antics, though now and then a furious hiss sent Bright Flame tumbling. Jaime Lannister visited during the second month of fall spring. His crimson cloak flapped snow as he rode in. He had been named Warden of the West after Kevan's health declined, and Tywin lingered, secluded in the rock, delegating command. Jaime brought news that Harrenhal's furnaces glowed day and night. He suggested the crown investigate. Father claims only weapon casting, he told Rhaegar at the high table that night. But even regular forges don't need that much heat. Rhaegar nodded. We will send an observer. A.K.K. Observers seldom return from Tywin's domain, Jon thought. He ate quietly, listening. After supper, Jaime sought Jon in the yard. Snowflakes danced beneath torches. The King's Lair unsheathed Oathkeeper and offered a practice duel. Jon accepted. Wielding Dawn Shadow, their blades rang crisp in the frigid air. Jaime fought with measured strokes, clearly testing the boy's footwork rather than truly pressing. Jon parried, turned aside, and countered in 3 steps. Nymeria barked from sidelines. The duel ended when Fireland swooped low, talons skimming Jaime's shoulder as though reminding him the prince carried more than steel. Jaime laughed, breath steaming. They'll fear you soon, little dragon. Jon wiped sweat. I don't want fear. Then you misunderstand rule. Fear often keeps men alive. Jon considered. Alive, yes. Free, no. Jaime studied him, then sheathed Oathkeeper. Your father said the same once. He ruffled Jon's hair. Fireland flies north soon, I hear. Take care. Ice kills even iron. By early summer. A mere figure of speech now. The crack in the wall reached 2/5 of the way down. Alchemists poured barrels of wildfire into drilled holes, hoping the heat would fuse the black ice. Instead it sizzled and went out, producing choking green steam. Corgyle ordered evacuations of the lower tunnels. Frozen iron inside melted into rivulets that flowed down and hardened again, forming twisted silver veins veining the wall's surface like giant runes. One day, a watchmason tapped the iron lines with a chisel. A low moan reverberated up the wall, traveling east and west. Doors slammed open along sealed tunnels, hinges snapped. Not one living thing stood in that passage when they found it. 20 rangers vanished. The only sign was a single perfect blue crystal lying on the ground beside the open north gate. Raven south. Veins alive. Tunnels breached. Wall no longer safe below 500 feet. Dragons now. Rhaegar answered the call. On a dawn veil gray as morning silk. Fireland, now size of a warhorse, lifted from the dragon pit with the king on her back. Jon rode behind, cloak fur-lined, Bright Flame strapped in wicker carry at Jon's stomach like a babe. Visenya had grown too but remained with Rhaenys who refused to part from her. Barristan and Arthur escorted on swift coursers along the King's Road. Across the lands, peasants rushed from huts to watch green, blazing streak cut winter sky. 5 days later they reached Castle Black. Stannis' men lined the courtyard, shoulders stiff with awe. Corgyle knelt. Arthur embraced his brother in arms. Fireland landed atop the king's tower, screeching challenge at the wind. Ice cracked under her claws. Jon and Rhaegar dismounted. Dane led them to Fisher's Lip. It groaned every minute now. Sound carried like whale song. Blue mist seeped, cold enough to numb skin. Jon peered in and saw, impossibly, glint of metal shapes, gears. A ring like black glass teeth rotating hundreds of feet below, exposed by crack. What is it? He asked. Ancient, Dane said. Something built into ice in elder days. Maybe to strengthen wall. But walkers found it. Rhaegar nodded grim. It will break soon. Jon stepped forward, placed hand on ice. He sang low note. The same open of Cantus of Dawn. Fireland echoed, then Bright Flame responded with higher squeak. Heat pulsed outward, melting vein edges. The crack hissed, closing a finger's width. Rhaegar laid his own hand atop Jon's. Together they sang next 2 bars. The wall groaned, this time upward, as if stretching. The fissure shrank another inch. Rangers gasped. But then deep rumble shook ground. A different crack spidered farther east, with crack like splitting oak. Snow blasted upward from void. Frost formed patterns in spiral mid-air before scattering in wind. Dane grabbed Rhaegar's shoulder. "We cannot rely on song." Rhaegar's eyes shone. "Perhaps not. But it buys us time." They sang again. The crack stabilized, though did not seal. Jon swayed, drained. Bright flame coughed smoke. Fireland spread wings uncertain. The king turned to Corgale. "We will raise stone bulwarks inland of the wall. If the ice breaks, men will still hold line." Dennis nodded. 2 lines better than 1. Over the next moon, masons carved bastions from bedrock south of the wall. Dragon's Dyke, they called the largest, 300 feet thick, tapered like reversed blade. Wildlings labored alongside Night's Watch convicts. Stannis knights guarded perimeter. Fireland and bright flames circled overhead, their shadows blotting sun. On one frigid afternoon, a scream split the sky. Fireland had stooped on a shape gliding just beneath low cloud. Rangers swore the hunter was no bird but an ice wraith riding a skeletal thing with frost-rimmed wings. Fireland's fire engulfed it, but a shard of black ice from the creature's spear skimmed her flank. She bled, green-gold ichor hissing on snow. Bright flame darted to defend, spitting raw silver sparks though not yet fire. Jon raced to Fireland's side, pressing bandage of leather. The wound healed faster than Maester's expectations, but it left a white scar across verdant scales. A mark Jon traced nightly, reminding him dragons were not invincible. While the north forged bulwarks, the south brewed treason. Qyburn succeeded. On the 17th day of the 3rd moon of false spring, the red and black egg burst open in Harrenhal's main furnace. Out crawled a creature the size of a mastiff but horribly malformed. Wing membranes riddled with holes, eyes filmed white, scales dull crimson, that fell away in clumps, exposing raw muscle. It shrieked like metal grinding stone. The sound killed 4 stable hands outright. Blood leaked from their ears. Qyburn, thrilled, wrote to Cersei. "Blood awoke king, but mold of stone corrupted flesh. Yet it lives. We can still use its fire. Come soon." He did not mention that the creature exhaled not flame, but a cloud of greasy black smoke that clung to torches and extinguished them. Cersei came, bringing Sir Robert Strong. They stood before the beast, named Malifier by Qyburn, and watched it eat coal. Drool tar. Its crippled wings twitched. It spat smoky bile onto a stone wall, which cracked and flaked. Sir Robert speared a goat and tossed it inside the cage. Malifier devoured animal and spear in seconds. "It cannot fly," Cersei observed. "Flight is not requisite," Qyburn replied. "It needs only to belch its curse inside enemy walls." "And survive dragons?" Qyburn smiled. "Smoke cages flame. With more craft we can breed 10 such, 1 per major city, your grace." Cersei imagined the bronze and emerald dragons choking on shadow while Malifier's bile devoured their lungs. She ordered Qyburn to fashion traveling wagon impervious to heat. "We'll debut it at King's Landing's winter tourney," she said. Varys learned of Malifier within a fortnight. A little finger had witnessed a silent sister carting boiled goats past a door that oozed tar. Varys wrote to Rhaegar in invisible ink. Fire reversed to shadow. Lion roars too low to hear. He prepares avalanche. He attached a crude sketch. Rhaegar sighed. "My burdens grow wings." He sent Barristan to Harrenhal with a warrant to inspect. Cersei demanded entry be delayed. Qyburn hid Malifier in Old Crypt. Barristan found nothing but furnaces. He reported token compliance. Meanwhile, Tywin announced a grand conclave of lords at the Rock, ostensibly to discuss grain shortages. Ned traveled as envoy. So did Stannis, Oberyn, and Mace Tyrell. At the conclave, Tywin proposed a summit between Crown and Westerlands to redistribute gold reserves to fund northern fortifications. A generous plan. All attendees applauded. Only later did Ned realize the fine print required Crown to guarantee succession marriages, tying Brandon, or Elena, to a Lannister within 10 years. Ned refused to sign. The deal stalled. That night, a shadow creeped through Ned's antechamber, dagger raised. His direwolf Summer, left at Winterfell with Bran, could not guard him. He woke to steel at throat, but the would-be assassin wore the silver rings of a silent sister, not a Lannister cloak. Ned survived by luck when rattling shutters distracted the attacker. She fled, leaving spiral mark carved into the door. Tywin professed ignorance, outraged that guest sanctuary had been breached. But Ned suspected the attack's timing. Only hours after Ned rejected the succession clause. He rode east immediately, stopping at Harrenhal to collect Jon, who had accompanied Rhaegar south for court appearances. At Harrenhal, Jon felt uneasy. He saw smoke curling from a drain vent near Furnace Yard, and smelled something like burning hair. Firelin growled softly. Bright Flame hid under Jon's cloak. Qyburn greeted them wearing gloves slick with black ichor. Jon later told his father, "Something rotten grows in those halls." Rhaegar nodded, but without proof. Accusation would only fracture alliances further. Another year's turning passed with no thaw. Winter proved not merely long, but permanent. Maesters across the realm debated whether a second long night had begun. Crops shrank. Food riots flared in King's Landing. Rhaegar minted new coin to pay grain imports. Tyrell ships braved icy seas to feed capital, yet gold cloaks seized half for crown storehouses. Rumors whispered that Davos reforms diverted grain to Night's Watch first. Faith unrest reignited. Aeron's successor died mysteriously. Wildfire explosion in his carriage. Some claimed King's men. High Sparrow faction massed again. Rhaegar diffused tension by granting Faith militant right to police its own, under crown oversight. It helped, but not for long. Visenya finally took her maiden flight above the capital, with Rhaenys giggling in saddle. The city cheered. Fear mixed with hope. But that night, someone shot a crossbow bolt, tipped with dragonglass at Visenya, as she landed in the dragon pit. The bolt missed, yet signaled new tactic. The enemy mined North's secrets for southern terror. Varys mounted search. The assassin escaped, leaving behind quiver lined with Mirish lace. Clue pointed to Lys shipping houses, ones Tywin often used. Rhaegar confronted Jaime privately. "Your father plays a dangerous game," he said. "I know." Jaime unsheathed Oathkeeper, studied the mirror shine. "I no longer carry his board pieces. Tell me how to show it." "Damn." Rhaegar clasped his shoulder. "Stand for realm. When the hour comes, choose throne over rock." It was not the answer Jaime sought, but he nodded. The hour came sooner than anyone guessed. On the first full moon of the following winter, the wall fell. It began quietly. A distant horn's threefold blast drifted through howling winds. Eastwatch's sentries scarcely heard above the gale. Then earth jolted, one massive convulsion that tossed men from the parapet. The fissure that had been only half-healed yawned open, spitting shards like broken glass. Dragonsong might have held east breach, but westward the hidden iron ring beneath ice groaned, rotated, and snapped. A roar like a continent calving drowned everything. The central third of the wall collapsed outward, colossal blocks tumbling in cascading avalanches. Clouds of powdered ice exploded skyward, glimmering in moonlight as if the Milky Way had spilled along the horizon. Wind whipped the dust south, burying watchforts, snuffing torches. Jon, sleeping in Castle Black's royal chambers, woke beneath Firelin's frantic roar. Bright Flame floundered in his harness. Horns wailed. He scrambled into boots. Dawn shadow belted. Outside, the wall's shattered stump loomed like a broken tooth. Through swirling snow, he saw shapes moving in the gap. An army of pale forms, endless, advancing behind tall commanders whose eyes burned sapphire. He dashed to stables. Rhaegar already swung into saddle on a fresh Garin. Arthur beside him. "Jon, dragons!" Rhaegar shouted over wind. Firelin crouched, wings shaking. Jon hoisted Bright Flame into half saddle and climbed onto Firelin's back. The dragon launched, tails snapping snow. They cleared ramparts as Stannis troops formed ragged shield walls. Wildlings under Kelamunai joined. Ghostly horns echoed from the forest. Jon dove a fireland toward the breach. What followed none later called battle. It was cataclysm. Dragonglass arrows rained. Some struck, shattering enemies into powder. Most clattered futile against tide. Fireland's flame blazed emerald, carving trenches of molten blue ice. Bright flame spat smaller jets, igniting whites like match-torn parchment. But more poured through. Walker commanders, cloaked in rime armor, raised spears that sprouted storms, blizzards that snuffed flame mid-air. Rhaegar charged with sword blackfire ablaze in wildfire oil. He cut Walker limbs. Each stroke rang like gong. Arthur Dayne fought at his side, dawn sowing shards of light. Stannis' men faltered, then rallied under gold stag banners. Still, the dead advanced. Jon saw ranger towers crumble beneath giant white mammoths. Wolves lunged, dairy wolves ripping undead throats only to writhe when cold spears pierced. Nymeria fell, impaled, but Arya, leading a wildling flank, dragged her away. Blood-stained snow. As tide threatened to engulf them, a deeper darkness rose behind whites. Great shadows unfurled wings of frost. Ice worms summoned by the walker's horn. They wormed through air, jaws spraying crystal shards that froze men solid. Fireland met the nearest head-on. Flame versus frost collided in mid-air, sending shockwave that flattened tents miles behind. Frost melted, flame sputtered, both beasts recoiled. Jon clung to saddle, shouting wordless cry. Bright flame wriggled free, darted, bit the worm's eye, then tumbled as tail smacked him aside. Jon saw bright flame fall, wings folding. He spurred Fireland downward. The young bronze dragon crashed into snowdrift. Whites swarmed toward hatchling. Jon leapt, dawn shadows spinning, hacking at icy limbs. Rhaegar galloped in, slicing foes, Arthur guarding flank. Together, they formed circle. Whites pressed. Fireland circled overhead, but could not blast for fear of burning bright flame. Jon braced over his wounded dragon. Broken wing, blood steaming. He screamed the song. He sang loud as lungs allowed. Fireland answered. Bright flame answered too, though faint. The ground beneath them shook again, not from ice but fire. The shattered wall clump still smoldered where wildfire caches buried ages ago had ruptured. Green flames suddenly erupted, racing fissures beneath snow. They licked upward around whites, devouring. Jon realized the blast would reach them. Fly, he shouted. Rhaegar shoved Jon onto Fireland's claw. Arthur hoisted bright flame into Fireland's tail hold. Fireland surged skyward as wildfire fountains chased. Rhaegar and Arthur galloped but slower. Flames overtook them in curtain of emerald fury. For one heartbeat Jon saw his father. Sword raised, silhouette etched against green radiance. Then, smoke swallowed all. The blast incinerated thousands of whites, seared flesh from walker bones, and melted a second gap in the wall. But it also claimed Stannis' vanguard, hundreds of men, and none knew until dawn. The king himself. When morning came, brief sun peeked over ruined ice. Snow had turned to glassy slag glowing sickly green. Pocked through it lay corpses, men and monsters fused. Dawn's white blade protruded, half melted at tip. They found Arthur Dayne's body charred but intact, cradling Blackfire and what remained of Rhaegar Targaryen. Father and friend had died together, buying realm's breath. Jon stood on shattered rampart beside Ned, tears freezing on cheeks. He clutched Fireland's neck as maesters carried bright flame to healers. In the valley below, Walker remnants withdrew, broken lines melting into forest. But further north new columns gathered. A snowflake landed on Jon's glove. He felt nothing, no cold, no warmth, only hollow roar inside head. King is dead. Ned laid a hand on his shoulder. The realm still stands, he said. And it stands on you now. Jon swallowed. I am not ready. Neither was he, Ned answered. But you have something he never did. He pointed south where dragons circled. brothers and sisters to ride with you. Rhaegar's pyre burned on the frozen lakeshore beneath the shattered wall. Wildlings, Watch, Northmen, and Southron knights crowded in silence. Firelin and Visenya perched on Crag's horse from Keening. Jon lit the pyre with bright flames. First healed gout, a flame. Green and bronze scaled beasts roared, echo, echo. Ash rose skyward, catching a rare sunbeam. Somewhere beyond lay Brandon Babe, still cooing, unaware. Lyanna, convalescing far south, would soon learn widowhood anew. Jon knelt in the ash as embers cooled. Snow fell hissing. He felt piece of harp string in hand, the one Rhaegar had carried always. He tied it around his wrist. Stannis approached. King is dead. Line passes to you. Jon looked up. Aegon lives. Trueborn, aye. Realm loves him. But prophecy names you. Jon shook head. Song chose, not I. Stannis surveyed ruined wall. Prophecy be damned. Choose to lead or watch us drown. Need him there. Jon rose. I will lead, and first command. Rebuild this wall. Not ice, but fire and stone. And we ride beyond to end this. He turned. Firelin bowed. Visenya took flight, banking. Brightflame joined, wings still shaky but stronger. 3 dragons wheeled overhead, tails tracing spiral that dwarfed Walker runes, but theirs burned bright against eternal night. Men below lifted eyes, seeing hope in green, bronze, and gold sparks raining from beating wings. Jon watched and felt third egg stirring in Winterfell's furnace. Heartbeat strong, ready soon. He heard distant harp echo. Break the dawn. He promised the dead king he would. Far away in Harrenhal, Malifier shuddered, smelling its kin's ascent. It spat black smoke through iron bars, melting links. Silent sisters fled. Cersei looked on, lips parting. Wyvern whispered, soon it flies south, and even farther, in the heart of shivering seas glittering dark. A horn of dragonglass sounded again, thrice. Each blast deeper than mountain roots. The dead turned. The night prepared its next verse. The song of ice and fire had found a new singer, and the chorus of shadows readied the refrain. Gay. Jon barely remembered kneeling in the snow while ash drifted on the wind. Only that the silence after Rhaegar's pyre felt heavier than 1,000 funerals. The sky was bruised black, laced with distant fires still guttering on the ruined wall. Firelin pressed close, her warmth a living hearth against the bone-deep cold that no cloak could smother. Brightflame, battered but unbroken, shivered under Jon's hand, head tucked beneath one ragged wing. Visenya wheeled high above, her golden shape a flickering promise against dawn's first silver. All around, the men of the Night's Watch, wildling chieftains, Northmen, and Southron knights, bowed their heads to the ground, the world suspended in hush. Ned Stark stood by Jon's side, silent sentinel, eyes red from weeping, but his grip sure and steady on Jon's shoulder. Arthur Dayne's remained smoldered beside the king's. Dawn, melted and reforged, would never again flash beneath the moon. Rhaegar's ashes scattered in the frozen wind, and Jon understood, as fully as any child can, that the old world had ended on that pyre. He was king now. Not crowned, not blessed, but king in every eye that looked to him. Dragon's son, wolf's son, the bridge between ice and fire. All the songs, the prophecy, the weight of both the wall and the crown pressed down, threatening to crack his spine and soul. But there was no other. Jon drew a breath that scraped his ribs raw, and looked to Ned. What do I do now? He asked, voice a boy's, barely above a whisper. Ned drew Jon close, pulled him to his chest, and let him rest there a moment. The world will ask that 1,000 times, he said, quiet as snow on stone. You'll answer, every day. Sometimes right, sometimes wrong. The trick is to keep answering, Jon. Nayan? Dewa. When Jon straightened, the crowd was shifting. Lords murmuring. Soldiers and brothers of the Night's Watch watching the dragons, waiting for word. Stannis stood near, armored in black, face stony but eyes sharp with hunger and pride both. Calla Moon Eye of the Talon wildlings waited, spear grounded, wolf pelt rippling. Arya, wild-eyed and dirt-streaked, clutched a bleeding Nymeria and glared at the broken line of the wall as if she could knit it whole by scorn alone. Sansa, taller and finer than Jon remembered, stood at Bran's side, face white as the snow, but unbowed. Robb pressed a fist to his chest in salute, tears streaking his cheeks. Behind them, Bran's direwolf Summer prowled with ghosts at his heels, and the ravens of the old gods muttered from the black branches. Jon stepped forward, Firelin shadowing him, and found his voice as rough as flint. "My father is dead. My brother, my mother, my house. All I have left is you, and I will not let the world end here. Not for dragons or dead men or prophecy. We fight. We rebuild. For every child who must not sleep cold. For every friend lost. I swear it." Elia. He knelt and pressed his palm to the snow. The dragons gathered round, wings mantled, eyes burning. A wind howled from the breach in the wall, sharp with ice and distant wailing. In that moment, Jon felt the pulse of old magic stir, like a thread tightening in the world's heart. Somewhere, deep in Winterfell's crypts, the third egg trembled in its stone cradle, and the song of ice and fire rose, uncertain, unfinished. The next days were a blur of fire and labor. Wildlings dug mass graves for the dead. Night's Watch built new barricades of timber and stone, while Jon and his dragons patrolled the ruined gap each dawn and dusk, fire scouring the ice to keep the dead at bay. Scouts reported walker columns gathering again beyond the shattered wall, thinner now, for the wildfire blast had decimated thousands, but still numberless in the mist. Jon sent urgent riders to every lord. Grain, men, masters, anything that could be spared for the defense. Stannis pressed Jon to ride south, to seize the throne and crush Lannister ambitions, before winter made the roads impassable. "King's Landing cannot be left to the lions," he said, broadsword stabbing into a map. "They breed poison faster than crows." But Jon refused. "If the wall falls, there will be no south. The realm's fate is here, not on a chair of swords." Stannis muttered about doom, but did not press further. Davos, ever Jon's ally, set about organizing convoys, shipping dragon glass, food and furs from White Harbor and Gulltown to the camps near Castle Black. Mace Tyrell pledged 3,000 spearmen and half his stores, eager for royal favor. The Vale sent knights and green boys both, eager for songs of glory. Even the Dothraki Khalasar, under Ko Kalaro, years before scattered by storms and magic, drifted north with their herds, curious and hungry, drawn by tales of dragonfire in the snow. Lyanna, still weak from childbirth, wrote Jon daily. Her letters were crisp, sharp as her tongue, but beneath the command he read pride, and love, and warning. "Trust your heart, but keep your blade sharp. Dragons remember, but wolves do not forget." Elena, a shadow darting through the halls of Winterfell, wrote in careful, childish script. "Bran says the old gods sing to the egg every night. I think it will hatch soon. South, the world frayed at the seams. Cersei's malifier brooded in its cage beneath Harrenhal, growing larger and more foul each day. It shed scales, shed skin, spat oily black fire that warped steel and snuffed torches. But its wings never healed, and its mind was broken, given to fits of silent rage and howling pain." Qyburn's treatises on smoke dragons were whispered in the black market, traded among sorcerers and assassins alike. Cersei sent word to Tywin. "The beast is not fit for show, but fit for terror. Send it to the wall when the time comes. It will choke the boy's hope with smoke." Tywin, more patient, pressed his advantages in the south and west. He bribed half the Faith's council, promised bread to starving city districts, and courted Margaery Tyrell for his grandson, the golden-haired Lannister bastard Joffrey, now paraded as the Lion Prince. His envoys shadowed every raven from Winterfell, learning which lords hesitated, which bent too quickly. The great lord of the Reach smiled, but the lion's claws were never still. But cracks appeared even in the rock's golden armor. Jaime, named Lord Commander after the death of Arthur Dayne, took to patrolling the city's walls instead of haunting council chambers. Brienne of Tarth, his shield mate, rode at his side, dour and loyal, her blue eyes sharp as cut ice. They watched the faith militant gather outside the septs, watched the poor riot in Flea Bottom, watched the golden boys of the city's noble houses drink themselves to death on sour wine and dread. Varys, spider-quiet, sent secret reports to Jon. The lions move. The snakes in Dorne watch and wait. The Iron Islands stir with new kingly ambitions. Beware, your enemies are many, and not all wear a crown. At the wall, winter deepened. The nights grew longer, the snow deeper. Ireland and Brightflame hunted giant elk and dire rats in the ruined forests north of the breach, burning out wights and blizzard spirits by the score. Yet for each dawn's victory, 2 more ice storms followed, carrying fresh dead, fresh giants, fresh horrors. The Night's Watch dwindled to half its former numbers, and even the bravest wildlings began to mutter of the old world's end. Jon held the line. He slept little, ate less, fought by day and sang to the egg by night, his voice raw from cold and sorrow. He felt the pull of prophecy, the wound of loss, and the strange certainty that the third dragon must soon wake. Some nights, when the aurora flared crimson and green above the ruins, he dreamed of Rhaegar walking through the snows, harp in hand, eyes sad and wise. "The song is not finished," the dead king would say. "There must be a third voice." Then, at last, on a night when the clouds burned red and the snow fell sideways, the egg shattered. Jon heard it before any other, a deep, resonant crack that echoed through the crypts, up the spine of Winterfell, into the very marrow of the godswood trees. Every wolf in the keep howled, every raven screamed. Even the stone faces in the crypts seemed to weep ice. Jon ran barefoot through the corridors, Fireland and Brightflame flanking him, breath pluming like twin storms. He reached the old crypt, breathless, the door hanging ajar. Inside the egg, once gold shot through with red, now glowed white-hot runes running like blood down its sides. With a final, ear-splitting shriek, the shell exploded outward, shards embedding in stone. From the heart of the ruin crawled a dragon as pale as dawn, wings streaked with crimson, eyes like molten gold. She screamed, an unearthly note that split the world in two. Then, exhausted, she collapsed at Jon's feet. He knelt, tears streaming, and gathered her up. "You're safe," he whispered. "You're here." Fireland and Brightflame bowed their heads, voices joining in a chord that vibrated through Jon's bones. Above, the wind stilled. The snow ceased. For a moment, all was quiet. Jon named her Oriole, for the dawn that breaks the longest night. The news raced south faster than any raven. 3 dragons now, 3 heads, the prophecy's shape made flesh. Lords and peasants alike whispered that the king in the north was no longer just a boy, but a god or a monster, or the world's last hope. Some knelt, sending oaths and banners to Winterfell. Others plotted in secret, praying to old gods and new for deliverance or vengeance. Jon did not care for prayers or crowns. He cared only for survival. The next days brought more blood. The dead tested the breach again, this time with new weapons. Giant ice serpents, rivers frozen solid and hurled like javelins, flocks of wights that fell from the sky. Jon, with Fireland and Brightflame and the newborn Oriole, led sorties by firelight. The dragon's fire cut through flesh and bone, through magic and shadow, but not without cost. Each night, fewer returned to the ramparts, and the dragon's wounds mounted. Ned fought at Jon's side, the old wolf's hair now nearly white, but his sword never failing. Arya rode with the wildlings, her face a mask of blood and frost. Robb held the east flank with Manderly spears and Tyrell archers, a wall of flesh behind the wall of stone. Sansa, steward of Winterfell, fed the hungry and healed the wounded, while Bran and Rickon and their wolves kept watch over the godswood, sending ravens and dreams wherever hope was thin. The armies of the south, drawn by word of the wall's fall, began to arrive at the king's summons. Stannis and his battered host. The banners of Arryn, Tully, Tyrell and Martell. Even the Ironborn, led by Asha Greyjoy, rode the frozen rivers, seeking plunder, but found only ruin and purpose. Cersei, seeing the way the wind turned, sent word that King's Landing would aid the war for the Wall, so long as Lannister gold was repaid in dragons, in grain, or in marriages. Tywin, ever the patient spider, sharpened his knives and waited. The last great battle before the end began not with a charge, but a song. Jon rose before dawn, standing on the ruined wall, Fireland and Bright Flame beside him. Ariel perched on his shoulder, no bigger than a wolfhound yet, but fierce. Ned and Arya, Sansa and Robb, Stannis and his knights, Calla and her wildlings, all waited, tense and silent. The sky was a sheet of ice, streaked with green fire, and the wind carried voices from beyond the breach. Voices not of men, but of things that never lived. Jon closed his eyes and sang, voice cracking but strong. He sang the cantos of dawn, the song Rhaegar had written, the song of hope and sorrow, of fire and ice. The dragons joined him, their fire dancing in the gloom. The lords and knights and wildlings joined, the chorus swelling, echoing across the dead world. From the breach, the walkers came, an endless tide of blue and white and shadow. They carried spears of ice, rode beasts of snow and wind. Their king, tall as a tower, eyes burning with death, raised his hand, and the sun vanished behind clouds of black. Jon gave the command. The dragons leapt, fire blazing. The armies charged, steel and dragon glass flashing. Wolves howled, wildlings screamed. The dead met the living in a clash that shook the earth. It was a slaughter. The dead fell, burned or shattered, but they rose again and again and again. Dragons screamed in pain and rage. Men died by the 100, then the 1,000. Ned fell, sword broken, but Arya dragged him to safety, blood slicking her hands. Robb held the east until he was swept under, but Bright Flame saved him, burning a path through the dead. Oriel, wounded, clung to Jon's shoulder, spitting fire and blood. Jon pressed on, hacking at the walkers, his heart burning. At last he faced the Night King, tall, ancient, crowned in frost. "You are too late," the Night King said, his voice the sound of glaciers grinding. "The song is ending." Jon spat blood, lifted Dawn Shadow, and sang. One last, perfect note. The dragons joined him, their fire golden and green and white. The Night King faltered, stepped back. Jon drove the blade through his heart. The Night King screamed, a sound that split the world. The dead fell where they stood, ice shattering, snow turning to water. The storm broke. The sky burned gold and red and green. The living wept. Jon stood in the wreckage, sword steaming, dragons bleeding and battered, the last of the dead crumbling to ash around him. After, the world was quiet for a long, long time. The survivors buried their dead, rebuilt their walls. Fireland, Bright Flame, and Oriel nursed their wounds and grew, the first dragons in a new world. Jon was crowned king in Winterfell's Godswood, Sansa at his side, Arya his sword, Robb his general. Bran sent ravens far and wide. Rickon ran with the wolves. Elena studied with maesters and dreamed of flight. The South bent the knee, one by one, and Jon forgave as many as he could. Tywin Lannister was found dead in his solar, a smile frozen on his lips and a dragonglass dagger in his heart. Some say a ghost did it, others, a vengeful wolf. Cersei vanished, taking malifier with her, but stories drifted from the east of a crippled dragon raging in the ruins of Valyria. The wall was rebuilt, stone and fire and magic. Manned by Northmen and wildlings both, the Night's Watch given new purpose as keepers of the peace and the song. The old gods and new were honored, and the world, battered and broken, healed, slowly. And in the quiet Jon sang, dragons circling overhead, children laughing in the snow, and the song of ice and fire rising in the dawn, unfinished, ever new, the melody of hope and memory, of sorrow and joy, echoing forever in the halls of Winterfell and beyond. For every story is only ever a beginning. Yeah, oh. A cold wind swept the valley beneath the wall, scouring blood and ashes from the churned ground where the living and dead had clashed. In the aftermath, banners lay soaked in melting snow and dragonfire alike. Manderley, Karstark, Arryn, Baratheon, Martell, Tyrell, all their colors dimmed by soot and grief. Jon stood above it, a solitary shadow on the shattered ramparts, watching survivors comb through the drifts for kin and fallen. Above him, Fireland circled, green wings spread wide against a sun so pale it barely seemed to warm the world. Oriel, still weak from her wounds, nested in the bones of a felled ice worm, breathing softly, golden eyes tracking Jon's every move. Bright Flame, tail scorched but healed, picked along the broken battlements, snorting at the crows who dared approach. Jon did not feel like a king. He did not even feel like a boy. He felt hollowed out, burned from the inside, as if the battle had left a wound deeper than any sword could cut. The dead were gone, crumbled to nothing, but their memory clung to him like a shroud. He remembered the weight of dawn shadow as it pierced the Night King's heart, remembered the final note sung into silence, remembered the faces of those lost, Rhaegar, Arthur, Ned, so many brothers, friends, nameless men who would never return home. Yet dawn still rose, and in its pale glow, the realm stirred. Winterfell's great hall, once a place of feasting and song, had become the war council's heart. The survivors gathered there daily. Robb, face drawn but alive. Sansa pale yet tireless. Arya with blood still caked under her nails. Bran wheeling through on Hodor's great shoulders, eyes distant with the weight of visions. Davos counted the cost, ink-stained fingers trembling. Marguerite Tyrell, veiled in mourning for brothers lost, organized the wounded and the hungry. Kaela Mooneye of the Talon wildlings watched the southern lords with a predator's calm, her people weary but unbroken. Even Stannis, battered and grudging, held a place at the table, though his knuckles whitened at every mention of wildling or dragon. Jon presided in silence, hands folded, letting the council argue. The realm, broken and half-frozen, demanded answers. Supplies dwindle, Davos said, voice rough. The Reach can send only half the grain they promised. Lannister gold is spent on mercenaries and bribes in the capital. If the snow holds, we'll starve before spring. Sansa pressed her lips together. We can stretch rations, send foragers into the Wolf's Wood. The wildlings know where deer still run. Dalwall. Kael'na nodded. We share or we die. Talon will hunt, but Southerners must teach us to keep sheep. My people know ice, not fields. Robb looked to Jon. Our armies are crippled. If King's Landing rises against us, we're finished. Arya bristled. Let them come. Let them see what the North became in winter. Denna scowled. Lannister fleets prowl the narrow sea. Cersei's beast, malifier. They say it breathes black fire and cannot be slain. If it marches north, we need more than dragons. We need a wall of steel. Niwan Nagar. Jon's voice, when it came, was steady and low. We rebuild the wall, not as it was, but as it must be. Stone, fire, magic, wildling, and watch together. Bran, what do the old gods say? Bran's eyes flickered white. The roots run deep. The wall's bones are wounded, but not dead. If we bind ice with fire, with living blood, the breach will heal. We need the children of the forest. Their spells, their seeds. They wait beyond the last river. Marguerite looked from Jon to Sansa. Can the realm hold, if winter does not break? Sansa's eyes found Jon's. If hope holds, so will the realm. Jon dispatched ravens, north, south, east, and west. To the children of the forest, to the citadel, to every holdfast and farmstead. The answer came in the bodies of those who arrived, a small procession of leaf-cloaked children, eyes bright with green magic, emerged from the snows by the last hearth. They carried seeds and polished stones, and at their head was a girl no taller than Arya, with hair the color of moss. She called herself Leaf, and spoke to Bran in the language of trees. We will heal the wall, but it must be guarded. not only by swords or fire but by sacrifice. Dan? Jon knelt before her. What must I give? She looked at him, old as the earth, and said only, a promise. Days became weeks. Under the children's guidance, the people of the north built a new wall. A living thing, rooted in the earth, woven from stone and enchanted timber, glazed with dragon glass and bound by old runes. The dragons burned away every trace of the dead, their fire sinking deep into the ground. Fireland and Brightflame soared above the new ramparts, their shadows cast long across the land. Oriel perched atop the highest tower, singing with the children at sunset, her voice a thread of gold. Bran and the children wove spells into the wall, songs that echoed through the roots, calling the old magic back. Wildlings and knights watch alike swore new oaths, binding themselves to the wall, not as jailers but as keepers, guardians of both north and south. When the work was finished, Leaf took Jon's hand and pressed a seed into his palm. Bury it in the heart of Winterfell. Water it with your own blood. So long as it grows, winter cannot take you. Ziwa. Jon did as she asked, and that night he dreamed of a tree with dragon wings, growing in a world remade. South, Cersei's rule frayed at the edges. Malifier's rage could not be caged. 3 times it broke free, charring stone and flesh alike. The people of King's Landing cowered in their homes, fearful of both queen and beast. Qyburn's failed experiments multiplied in the black cells. Whispers spread of a curse on the Lion's House. Jaime, disillusioned and weary, conspired with Brienne to smuggle refugees out of the city. Varys worked his networks in the shadows, gathering support for the north. Margaery's cousins in the Reach withheld tribute, bartering instead with Jon's envoys for dragon protection. Tywin, growing ill, sent desperate envoys to Winterfell, offering gold, land, even peace if the dragons would not fly south. Jon's answer was always the same: keep your peace, feed your people. If you march north, you'll burn. The realm fractured, old hatreds briefly forgotten as hunger and fear united both highborn and low. In the deepening winter, the dragons thrived. Fireland, fully grown, soared as great as any Targaryen dragon of old. Brightflame and Oriel, smaller but fiercer, hunted together over the frozen rivers, their fire keeping the wolfswood alive. Sansa's gardens flourished in their wake, wheat and beans pushing up through snow in the dragon-heated ground. Masons rebuilt the towers. Smiths forged new blades from melted white steel and dragonglass, and children were born with hair of black, gold, and silver. Jon ruled from Winterfell, never taking a crown, but lords and small folk alike called him king. Sansa's wisdom steered the realm through hunger. Arya's daggers kept the peace. Robb's sons and daughters grew tall, learning swordplay in the snow. Bran's visions grew stranger, but hope shone in his eyes. Even Stannis found a place, grumbling, yet loyal, his banner always beside Jon's. The Night's Watch transformed, recruiting not only from the dungeons, but from the wildling clans, the orphaned, the broken, the brave. Its new Lord Commander, a grizzled wildling called Bearclaw, trained his men to fight not just the dead, but the long night of memory and grief. Spring did not come for 3 years, yet the world did not die. When the first crocus bloomed in the Godswood, all Winterfell celebrated. The snow melted in great roaring torrents, rivers swelling, fields greening. The dragons shed their winter scales, shining anew in the sunlight. The realm's wounds, old and new, began to close. Jon rode south, dragons overhead, to treat with the new queen, Margaery, crowned after Cersei vanished in dragonfire and ruin. They met in the fields near the Blackwater, under a sky washed clean. They spoke not of conquest, but of healing, of grain, of grade, of peace. Old grudges were laid aside. A council of North and South, East and West, was formed, each lord and lady given voice. Jon never wed, but his children ran laughing through Winterfell. One with Sansa's red hair, one with Arya's wildness, one with Bran's quiet strength. The dragons nested on the walls, watched over the realm, and flew wherever hope was thin. Years passed. The wall stood, green and alive, its roots stretching from the shivering sea to the farthest west. No white ever crossed again. The old gods and new were honored. Songs of ice and fire became lullabies. Jon grew older, silver streaking his hair. He watched his friends grow, watched their children thrive. Sansa ruled as Queen of the North, wise and gentle. Arya sailed west, chasing the edge of the world. Bran lingered by the heart tree, seeing farther than any ever dared. On the night of his last breath, Jon sat beneath the heart tree in the Godswood. Fireland beside him, Oriole curled at his feet, bright flame perched above. He felt the sapling leaf had given him, now grown tall, leaves golden in the moonlight. He pressed a palm to its trunk, feeling the world's heart beat. He sang, quietly, the old song, Cantus of Dawn, and the dragons hummed with him. The wind was soft and warm, and filled with the scent of spring. When the sun rose, the world was changed. The snow had gone. The heart tree bloomed, and where Jon had lain, only a cloak and a harp remained. The dragons took to the sky, 3 shadows against the dawn. The song of ice and fire echoed across the realm, a promise kept, a hope reborn. And so, the world turned. Kya e Gyan. Years passed, but the wounds of the long night never vanished. They faded, blurred by time and harvest, and the slow, patient work of living. The realm was changed forever by the battle at the wall. Yet change, as Maester Luwin once wrote, is merely the old world, teaching itself a new song. In every village and keep, stories grew like spring grass, of dragons wheeling above the ruins, of a king who sang the dead away, of wolves that ran with children through the godswoods, and wildlings who tilled fields in the south. Jon Targaryen, king in the north, ruled not as his father or any king before him had done. He wore no crown, sat no throne, and shunned the grandeur of banners and processions. His council gathered in the rebuilt halls of Winterfell. Sansa, wise and unyielding. Robb, broad-shouldered and restless. Arya, always a shadow and a laugh from the corners. Bran, older now, the pale root of all their kin. Maester Luwin grew bent and thin, but his eyes missed nothing. Davos, hands worn to the bone, still counted ships and stones for the realm. Calla Mooneye, now matron of the Talon, braided her hair with wheat and gold, her people thriving in the new gift. Children played in the snows of the rebuilt wall, daring one another to climb the greenstone ramparts and leap from root to root. In the wildwood, the last of the children of the forest lingered. Leaf, ancient and young, taught the Stark children the runes that guarded the wall, planting acorns and dragonglass, singing to the sapling that had grown from Jon's blood and promise. Ravens filled the sky at dusk, their voices blending with the dragon's calls. Fireland grew mighty, his green wings casting shadows from the wall to the sea. He nested in the peaks of the Red Mountain some summers, but always returned to Winterfell in the season of mists. Bright Flame, now a copper giant, hunted whales off the shivering sea, carrying Arya on wild, laughing flights above the clouds. Oriole, the dawn-colored queen, took to guarding the rivers and lakes, sometimes vanishing for days before returning to perch on Winterfell's highest tower, singing songs only Bran could decipher. Jon lived simply. He walked the woods each morning with Ghost at his side, hair silvering early, face weathered by grief and laughter both. He sat at council, but let Sansa lead. He taught Robb's children to ride and Bran's to track a wolf through winter fog. He read every letter from the south and replied to few. The small folk loved him fiercely. They called him the Singer King, the Wolf Dragon, the Hearth of Winter. It was said his gaze alone could freeze a thief or warm a frightened child. He asked nothing but that each man remember the long night, and that peace, once won, must be tended like a garden. Yet peace is a garden beset on all sides by wild grass, and new threats grew as the scars of war faded. King's Landing smoldered in the heat of southern summers, its towers still blackened from the fires of malifier. Cersei's fate became a half-remembered myth. Some said she fled east with the smoke dragon and perished in Valyria. Others whispered she still lived, plotting in the ruins, sending masked spies north each year to poison or abduct, but none ever returned. Marguerite Tyrell, crowned queen after the ashes cooled, rebuilt the city stone by stone. The High Septon, a thin, patient man, presided over peace, but never forgot the faith's humiliation at the hands of fire and wolf. Garland Tyrell served as Marguerite's hand, ruling with a gentle fist. He married Sansa in a bond that united North and South, and their children, Golden and Auburn, clever as cats, danced through the courts of Old Town and White Harbor. The Reach sent grain north every harvest, while Northern Timber rebuilt ships along the Mander. The new small council held as many women as men, and gold grew common in the hands of small folk and merchants alike. The city's streets bustled with new trade, saffron from the east, glass from the west, and pelts and sapphires from the lands once called the Gift. The Lannisters, cowed but not crushed, held the Westerlands under Sir Jaime, whose golden hair now showed streaks of steel. He never remarried. Instead, he fostered orphans, opened the gates of Casterly Rock, and rode twice a year to Winterfell. His friendship with Jon as deep and strange as their histories would allow. Brienne of Tarth became his sworn sword and closest advisor, a legend among the Riverlands for her justice and her laughter, her great blue cloak trailing behind her on the green roads. Dorne, once a land of heat and vengeance, flourished under Princess Rhaenys Targaryen and her consort, Arianne Martell. Their daughter Miriam was the first child in living memory born with both golden Targaryen eyes and the olive skin of Dorne. She played with vipers in the sand and sang to the rivers, her laughter echoing from Sunspear to the Stepstones. When word came north that a Dornish girl had calmed a runaway wyvern with a single note, Bran wrote a raven in reply. Perhaps the dragons need to learn from her next. The Iron Islands never fully joined the realm. Asha Greyjoy, crowned Salt Queen by her reavers, ruled with an iron heart. She raided the coast when trade faltered, but never crossed the wall again. Her daughter, Elaine, was rumored to have the gift of greensight, and her friendship with Arya and Bran kept the Isles from breaking into outright rebellion. Ships from Pike traded salt cod and smoked eels in White Harbor every spring, their sails black and proud, but peaceful. The Wall's defenders were a brotherhood of all the realm's peoples. Wildling Northmen, Southron, even a few Summer Islanders joined the watch, now called the Order of the Bound, sworn to keep the Wall's peace and root out any rising shadow. Bearclaw died old, his beard knotted with dragon teeth and acorn beads. His successor was the first woman Lord Commander, a former mannerly sworn shield named Wyla, who ruled with a voice that could cow even a dragon. Their cloaks were dark green now, embroidered with silver roots and a flaming sword. Yet even in peace, the world did not rest. In the coldest season of Jon's 50th year, a rider arrived at Winterfell, a boy from the last hearth, hair white as snow, eyes black as night. He bore a message carved in dragonglass and wrapped in direwolf fur. Jon read it by firelight, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, with Arya and Bran at his side. It was written in the runes of the First Men, and its meaning was clear. The North remembers. Ice stirs beneath the stones. The old ones dream. A shadow walks. Bran, now wizened and still, reached for Jon's hand. "It is not over," he whispered. "The Wall must not sleep. There are doors under the earth, and not all of them are closed." And Jon sent for Sansa and Robb, for Arya, who had returned from her western voyage, for the Council and the captains of the Wall. Fireland rumbled in the snow outside, his breath a rolling cloud. Oriel and Brightflame hunted in the far east, but Jon called them home with a song sung at dusk. 3 notes that echoed over the frozen fields. The order was simple. The Bound would ride the length of the Wall, searching the old tunnels, the cellars, the crypts beneath the mountains. Bran and Leaf went with them, calling on the trees and the stones to guide them. Arya led a band of shadows, wildlings ironborn young and old, down the secret ways beneath the Wall, torchlight dancing on the stone. Beneath the world, in a darkness older than winter, they found a door carved with the faces of the old gods, bound with roots and cold iron. On the threshold lay bones, blackened and fused with ice. The boy from the last hearth knelt, pressing his palm to the stone, whispering the runes. The door groaned, but did not open. The shadow beyond it shrank away, howling. Bran spoke a word in the old tongue, and the silence that followed was deeper than death. The realm watched and waited. Old men muttered of ghosts. Maesters sharpened their quills and their skepticism. But life went on. Sansa's grandchildren played in the godswood. Jon's sons and daughters rode the dragons across the snows. Arya taught the wildlings and Southron girls to fight with blade and wit. Bran sat beneath the heart tree, eyes half shut, listening to the song of the world. In King's Landing, Queen Margaery ruled wisely. Her hair turned silver with the years, but her wit never dulled. She visited Winterfell once each summer, feasting beneath the stars, bringing news of the south and laughter for the north. When Jon at last grew old, silver in his hair and lines at his eyes, he called his family and friends to the heart tree. Firelin and Oriel and Brightflame gathered, their wings like a roof over the world. Jon knelt, singing the song his father had taught him, and the dragons' voices wove around his own. The people of the north, of the south, of Dorne and the Iron Islands, all listened, and in that moment, the old wound of the world healed a little more. Jon's last words were to his children and grandchildren, to the dragons and wolves, and the trees that had watched him grow. Keep the song alive. Remember the cost of forgetting. Be kind. Be brave. He died with Ghost at his feet, and the sound of dragon wings in the air, his cloak woven with the roots of the wall, and the colors of dawn. After Jon, the world changed again, as worlds always do. The Bound became a legend. The wall, a garden, and a shield. The dragons laid eggs in hidden caves, watched over by children of Stark and Tyrell and Martell. The last of the children of the forest passed into song, their stories whispered under the greenwood moon. Wars came and went, of pirates, of would-be kings, of greedy maesters and jealous lords, but none ever threatened the realm as the Night King once had. The memory of the long night kept the world honest, and the song of ice and fire was taught to every child, not as prophecy, but as warning and hope. In time, a new queen rose. Elena Stark Targaryen, daughter of the North and South, her hair streaked golden black, her eyes green as summer. She rode Oriel and ruled from Winterfell, and King's Landing both, her justice hard but fair. She built roads of glass and stone from the wall to the sea, and at her death, 3 dragons circled the skies, their shadows passing over a world at peace. Bran's sapling grew to a great tree, roots twining through the wall, branches spreading over the godswood. Children played in its shade, and when the wind blew just right, its leaves sang the old song of sorrow, of joy, of memory and hope. The world endured, and the song, ever unfinished, rose with each dawn, in the laughter of children, in the quiet bravery of the weary, in the roar of dragons and the whisper of leaves. The end was only ever another beginning. Hey. The slow years after Jon's passing were not years of forgetting. The song he'd left behind became a pattern in the weft of life, coloring every harvest, every firelit feast, every council meeting and quiet prayer in the godswood. Sansa's rule in Winterfell was marked by steady hands and open doors. The north was a place both safe and wild, wildlings farming their own valleys, Starks walking the walls at dusk, wolves and children running side by side beneath the snow-heavy branches. The spring after Jon's death, a white stag was seen grazing in the godswood. The old folk said it was his ghost, content. Bran's roots ran deepest. The heart tree, now enormous, was half weirwood, half ash, and half something else, something that glowed at night, its bark veined with the faint green shimmer of dragonglass. Bran, gray and thin but sharp-eyed, sat beneath its boughs, hearing the secrets of ravens and the muttering of earthworms, hands always stained with sap. When the wind was right, he whispered answers to children's questions: how to find a lost lamb, when the frost would break, whether a loved one's ship would return, His visions grew less dark as the years passed, but he never strayed far from the roots. Arya rode with Bearclaw's successor along the wall, her hair braided with silver bells and bits of dragon scale. She hunted with the Bound, taught spear and knife to a dozen generations of wildling girls, then vanished each spring for the far hills or the summer sea. Rumors said she'd gone to Bravos and come home with nothing but new scars and a pouch full of foreign coins, or that she lived half her years in the woods as a wolf. She returned each winter, her laugh bright as snowmelt, always with some lost child or orphan trailing behind, soon to find a place among the Bound or Sansa's household. Robb was Lord of Winterfell, but he wore that title like a traveling cloak, useful when needed, cast off when he wished to ride the winds with his sons and daughters. His eldest, Rickon, inherited the old wolf's jaw and the new world's hunger for learning. He became a maester, yet kept a short sword at his belt and a direwolf hound at his heel. Robb's wife, Miriel of the Manderlys, ruled with Sansa and later Rickon, forging alliances that brought the Riverlands and North together as never before. Sansa's children and grandchildren, raised on tales of ice and fire, were practical and skeptical, and fiercely loyal to one another. The Stark Tyrell line spread through the north and south alike. In Sansa's old age, her granddaughter Lyra, whose hair was golden as Marjorie's, but whose eyes were steel, became the youngest ever to command the Council in Winterfell. The North called her the Golden Wolf. Lyra led an expedition across the shivering sea with Arya, seeking new lands and new stories, leaving behind a book of questions and a long, unruly line of friends. In the south, Queen Elena's reign was long and bright. Her court in King's Landing was open to Northmen, wildlings and Summer Islanders. Her council included Old Town archmasters and a priestess of Erilor, a boy raised by the Bound, and an old hedge knight from the Dornish marches. Dragons became common above the city, never more than 3 at a time by law, and each watched closely by stark Targaryen kin. Ariel, long and graceful, preferred the airy heights of the Red Keep, while her brood ranged from silver blue to bronze copper, each with a mind and temperament that made the small folk gossip endlessly. In Dorne, Rhaenys and Arianna's daughter, Meria, brokered a new peace with the Iron Islands. She rode a wyvern captured as a girl, her friendship with Arya and Lyra making the southern trade roads safe from bandits and pirates. Ironborn raiders became privateers, their ships policing the stepstones in league with the North and Dorne, growing wealthy and wary. The Reach, ruled by Garland Tyrell, and later by his son Morin, remained the realm's granary. Their kinfolk married into houses from the Blackwater to the Frostfangs, and the Manderly fleet carried grain to the Wall each autumn. The Night's Watch, now the Order of the Bound, welcomed southern and northern children alike, their oaths spoken beneath the green ash heart tree, watched by the faces of the old gods and the living. The old children of the forest, ever fewer, withdrew at last from the Wall's roots. Before leaving, Leaf met Bran beneath the heart tree. The story went that she placed her hand on his and sang a song in the tongue of the First World, a song that would be remembered as long as the roots held the Wall. She left a single weirwood seed, smooth and pale, that Bran gave to Arya for her next journey. Years passed. The dragons thrived, though no new egg hatched without the songs Jon had left behind. Some of the young took to wandering as their ancestors did, ranging from the Lonely Light to the Summer Isles. Only one, Ariel's daughter, Saelis, returned from Valyria with a rider, a Valaman boy with eyes like rain clouds and a lilt of the old tongue. He brought stories of ghost cities and rivers of fire, and a battered sword, said to have belonged to Daemon Targaryen, lost for generations. At Winterfell, each spring, the heart tree put forth flowers, some white as snow, others red as dragon flame, and in one year, gold. Bran said this meant peace, though he smiled, as if there was more he would not say. Sansa passed in her sleep beneath those boughs, surrounded by her kin. The gods would alight with lanterns, her hands folded on a letter Jon had written her decades before. Arya vanished for the last time the following autumn. Rickon and Lyra found her wolf, Nymeria, dead beside the bones of a giant elk near Skagos, a bit of silver bell tied to her ear. No one saw Arya's body, but on the coldest night of the year, 3 white wolves were seen chasing the aurora in the sky, running north forever. Under Queen Elia and her council, King's Landing became a city of towers and trees. Gardens flourished atop the old ruined septs, glass halls shimmered with candlelight, and children played on the steps of the Red Keep. The Great Sept, rebuilt as the house of many faiths, welcomed every god and none, its mosaics worked by summer islanders, Northmen, and free folk. The faith militant, never revived, became instead the Lanterns, a company of healers, teachers, and peacekeepers, led by women and men from every corner of the realm. In Old Town, the Citadel's archives grew fat with new knowledge. Maesters chronicled not only kings and lords, but the deeds of wildlings, the bound, the children, the dragons and the farmers, who saved thousands from famine in the years of Grey Winter. The first woman archmaester, Samwell Tarly's great-granddaughter, compiled the Book of the Long Night, read and sung from the neck to the arbor. Late in Bran's final winter, the wall trembled, not with fear but with new life. The sapling John had planted was now a towering tree, its roots wrapped around veins of dragonglass, its limbs tangled with wolf and dragon banners alike. One cold night, the heart tree's trunk split, revealing a hollow full of golden seeds. The bound gathered, planting these along the wall and across the north, each sapling growing strong and bright. On the eve of the equinox, Bran called his kin to the godswood. His hair was white, his hands gnarled, but his voice rang clear as the bells of White Harbor. "I have seen all that was, and all that might be," he said. "The world's wound is healed for now. But peace is not the end. Only the breath between storms. Remember this. Be the shelter in the cold, the hearth in the darkness. Pass on the song." Then, he died that night, his face calm. The roots of the tree twined through his fingers. In the morning, 1,000 ravens circled the godswood, and the dragons flew 3 times around Winterfell, before winging south into the sunrise. After Bran, the realm entered the age of many queens and kings, of councils and alliances, of brief wars and long harvests, none ever as dire as the Long Night. The dragons faded into wild legend, but every generation saw 1 or 2 born, always to those who remembered the words Jon spoke beneath the heart tree. The wolves thrived, and the wall endured, as did the memory of the Night King's fall. And in every tavern, every keep, every field, the song of ice and fire was sung, of a king who was not a king, of dragons who brought hope, of the day the living and the dead shared one breath in the cold, and made peace that lasted 1,000 years. For the song had no true end, only the promise that so long as hope was cherished, dawn would always return. In the last pages of the Book of the Long Night, written in the hand of a maester whose ancestors never saw snow, the words endure. There will be darkness again, as there always is. But the realm knows how to answer now. Together with dragon and wolf, with fire and root, with memory and with song. So long as a single flame is tended, the world will wake anew. And in Winterfell, beneath the roots of the ancient heart tree, the song lingers, waiting for the next dreamer to take it up and sing. Ja, kein. Decades passed, the world softened by seasons of peace that seemed, to the old, impossibly fragile. A garden planted after fire, always at risk from wind or frost, yet blooming anyway, stubborn and bright. Under Queen Elia, both Winterfell and King's Landing became centers of learning, justice, and strange new joy. Travelers found their way north. Summer islanders, Bravosi, former slaves from Lias, even Corthy merchants with their spice-laden galleys, drawn by the rumors of dragons, of wise rulers, of a city with green walls and songs at its heart. The Order of the Bound, children of all bloods and none, kept their watch atop the living wall. Their oaths grew into stories and then traditions. A spring planting at the roots, a wildling feast each solstice, a night of silent songs when the aurora burned brightest in the sky. Wyla, now old and limping but still fierce, passed the Lord Commandership to Morin Tyrell, a boy who'd come north as a hostage, but stayed for love and the quiet wildness of the north. The Bound's green cloaks and dragonglass daggers became emblems of hope and vigilance alike. In the Riverlands, peace held. Willows bent low on the Red Fork, and the great herons returned in flocks to the lakes around Harrenhal, now rebuilt as a seat of healing and learning, its black stones entwined with living trees. Brienne's daughters led patrols through the riverlands and the Neck, carrying banners of wolf and rose, their reputations fierce as any knight of old. The Brackens and Blackwoods quarreled still, but only at midsummer games or in marriage feasts. South and east, Dorne and the Reach thrived in cautious harmony, their courts entwined by the marriages of Miriam Martell's children and Garland's grandchildren. The deserts bloomed, watered by new canals and shaded by groves where children played under watchful eyes of wyverns and sun-kissed dragons. Stories spread of a Martell child with the gift of speaking to serpents and to fire both, and a Tyrell girl who could sing storms into rain. In Old Town, the Citadel at last sent archmaesters north for more than curiosity. They came to learn, to teach, to kneel before the heart tree and witness a peace never imagined by the builders of its oldest towers. Elena ruled with a gentle, steady hand. She spent winters in the north and summers in the south, traveling with a retinue of scholars, healers, bound captains, and always one of the dragons. Her counsel spanned all the realms and races, from maesters to free folk, from summer islanders to ironborn. She wore no crown but a circlet of living leaves and gold, and her coinage showed not her face, but the entwined shapes of dragon and direwolf, the roots of the wall curling around them both. Her consort, Lord Alistair Stark, was quiet and steadfast, a good listener, a tireless rider, the one who kept peace among the lords whenever Elena's patience frayed. Their children were legion, sons who took to the sword, daughters who took to the wilds, a second son, Edric, who left for the Summer Isles to become a sailor and never returned. The youngest, Myra, had both the dragon dreams and the wolf's gift of silence. She would ride Bright Flame and vanish into the far hills for days, coming home with strange news, lost treasures, and a laugh that scattered even Bran's solemnity. Oriel, Bright Flame, and Fireland grew old, but did not wither. Oriel nested atop the heart tree for many years, and her eggs, some gold, some white, some green, were entrusted to Elena's daughters, never hoarded, always given with a blessing and a warning. These are not tools but kin. Treat them as such. Not all the eggs hatched, and not all the hatchlings survived their first winters, but enough grew to soar above the wall, keeping the memory of the long night alive. The sapling John had planted became a vast, tangled tree, its roots winding through the foundations of Winterfell, and its branches brushing the gates of the old keep. When spring came early one year, its flowers glowed in the dark. A sign, Bran's successor said, that peace had not yet been broken. Ravens and blue jays, and, once, a golden firefly all made their nests in its branches. The heart tree watched as generations of Starks and Tyrells, Martells and Targaryens grew, ruled, and died beneath its leaves. The Bound patrolled the wall, now more garden than fortress, but its spells remained strong. Each spring, the children of the free folk and the small folk from south of the Neck were brought to see the dragonglass runes, the old faces in the weirwoods, and to listen as the elders told the story of the long night and the wolf dragon king who sang the dawn. There were shadows still. In the far north, storms sometimes scoured the land for weeks, and the watch found strange tracks at the edge of the haunted forest, cloven-hoofed or clawed, or pitted as if made by stones that moved on their own. Old Bearclaw's ghost was said to walk on the new wall, and Arya's wolf ran in the shadows when the moon was full, a silent guardian never quite seen but always felt. Once, in the reign of Elena's granddaughter, another threat came from beyond the sea. Sails black as pitch, hulls rimed with frost, their crew silent as the dead. Bound raised the alarm. Dragons rose, and the ships vanished into fog. Scouts found a black crystal spear embedded in the ice, runes carved in a language no maester could read. Bran's last pupil, a silent-eyed woman from the Gift, ordered the spear taken to the heart tree and buried beneath its roots, to sleep until needed or never, if the world is lucky. In King's Landing, peace grew less precarious, more a habit than a miracle. The lanterns of the faith shone in every quarter, and the city's great hall held courts and councils alike, open to all. The sons of former rebels became captains of the city watch. Daughters of wildlings sat with the queen's handmaidens, learning the art of letters and statecraft alike. The dragons patrolled the skies, but mostly hunted deer and boar in the forests north of the city, causing less fear than awe. There were tournaments still, some for peace, some for glory. Sansa's descendants, the Golden Wolves, held their own, not in blood and battle, but in poetry and games and songs. The Red Keep's vaults swelled with gifts: ivory from Et, silk from Volantis, and a clutch of jade eggs, which the Citadel studied in vain. Legends layered upon legends. It was said that on the coldest night each year, Jon's spirit walked the battlements with Ghost and the three great dragons. Some small folk claimed to see a wolf-shaped shadow in the aurora, chasing a white stag, and heard a harp playing faint in the wind. The North remembered, as the message said, but so did the world. Each year, on the eve of the first snow, a song was sung beneath the heart tree. The old lay of the dawn, Rhaegar's cantus, words changing with each telling, voices weaving together in Valyrian, the common tongue, and the speech of the free folk. Children sang, elders hummed, and the dragons roared their approval, the noise echoing all the way to the shivering sea. And so time's wheel turned. Children of Jon's line scattered across the world. Some became kings or queens, others vanished into the east, or sailed west like Arya. Yet always, the old stories followed them, the tale of a time when ice and fire met in a single heart, and the world was saved not by swords alone, but by memory, kindness, and song. For it was known in every tongue and every age that the long night was beaten back by courage, but only hope kept it from returning. And the song of ice and fire unfinished was sung in every home, from Winterfell to Old Town, from the Wall to the farthest southern shore. Peace was not a wall against the darkness, but a light shared from hand to hand, brightest where the roots ran deepest, strongest where the dragons and wolves kept watch, and warmest where the memory of Jon lingered, never fading, never done. Okay. The seasons flowed as if the realm itself had finally learned patience. Spring lingered long enough for new orchards to rise where wild battlefields once lay. Summer brought gentle rain, filling the rivers of the north and sending merchant ships heavy with grain, timber and glass through White Harbor. Autumn reddened the woods of the riverlands, where children played beneath the gold leaves and old soldiers napped in the shade, telling tales of a war their grandchildren could scarce believe. In Winterfell, the heart tree was so vast now that its roots seemed to bind the castle itself, weaving through ancient stone and curling down toward the crypts. It flowered each year, red and white, and sometimes gold, and its boughs shaded council meetings as often as the Great Hall did. Sansa's last years were gentle, lived among kin and friends, and when she passed, it was in her sleep beneath those blooming branches, her hand folded around a letter from Jon. Its words faded, but the ink of memory unfaded in every heart. The realm mourned her, as it mourned no other queen. Bran's last student, the silent-eyed woman called Nella, watched over the heart tree and kept the old runes in repair, teaching them to the bound children and to Bran's descendants. Under her care, the saplings planted at Jon's order grew into a living wall, tall, gnarled, and half glimmering in starlight from the veins of dragonglass within their bark. Ravens nested in their branches, and it was said that in deep winter, the old gods answered prayers more quickly than before. The bound remained vigilant, led now by Morin Tyrell's daughter, a dark-haired girl from High Garden named Elenia. Her council mixed north and south, wildling and maester, and her oaths demanded not only skill at arms, but patience and a sharp mind. She wore a cloak dyed green as new moss, and always carried a harp. Some said a relic of Rhaegar, some said her own craft, for her fingers danced on the strings and her songs calmed wildlings as easily as they cowed would-be raiders from the Iron Islands. Their greatest trouble was not war, but wandering. In the long peace, restless souls yearned for new lands. Some rode east, through the haunted valleys past the mountains of the moon. Some sailed west with the Ironborn or Arya's kin, seeking lands beyond the sunset. When word returned of a green isle where direwolves ran in moonlit packs and pale dragons hunted boar, none were much surprised. Legends, after all, had a way of crossing oceans. Yet the wall still mattered. Some winters were harsh, some soft, but every year, when the first true snow fell, the Bound sang the dawn song beneath the heart tree, and dragons circled high above, casting flickering shadows on the snows. King's Landing, rebuilt stone by patient stone, became a city of gardens, open forums, and lantern-lit bridges. The harbor teemed with ships from every land. Sothorios, the Summer Isles, even far Ashai, whose black-sailed traders brought glass beads and rumors. Under Elena's granddaughter, Queen Myra, the city thrived. Her chief advisor was a distant Martell cousin, who had tamed a golden wyvern and kept the peace with wit sharper than any sword. The Red Keep's walls were hung with paintings and tapestries. Not only the victories of lords and dragons, but the planting of the new wall, the birth of peace, and the wedding feasts of Wolf and Rose. The small folk prospered, their children schooled by lanterns and citadel-trained scholars alike. The septs were full, the house of many faiths open to every tongue and god, and the market square alive with music and laughter long after dark. No monarch wore a crown in the old style. The circlet of living gold and leaves passed from head to head with a simple ceremony under the heart tree in the Red Keep's gardens. The new queen or king was always blessed by fire and earth. Ariel's descendants flew low overhead, their wings scattering petals, and a bowl of soil from the north and south was poured together at the monarch's feet. In Dorne, peace had long ago become the way of things. The Martells and their kin fostered children from every land, and the sons and daughters of the desert brought dragon, lore and old magic to Sunspear. The Shadow City was reborn as a place of learning and trade. The wyverns grew fewer. Some said they had crossed the sea in search of kin, others that they had gone into the mountains to dream. But each autumn, at the great feast of sand and flame, the sky filled with fire as the dragons of the realm gathered, circling above the torches and singing with the children. A golden-haired girl named Issa, who bore both Martell and Stark blood, grew to be as beloved as any in Dorne. She rode a pale dragon and brought water to the driest valleys, her laughter said to charm the adders out of their holes. In her middle years, she vanished on a trading ship bound for EET, promising to return with silks and tales the world had never known. Her brother, lean and quick, took her place in the council, carrying on the peace she'd made. Beyond the wall, the free folk lived as they would, but many wandered south to trade, farm, or join the Bound. Their tales grew less wild, more wistful. The memory of the Night King faded into myth, and only the oldest remembered Joan's voice or the fire of Fireland in the sky. Yet in each clan, the mothers and grandmothers sang the dawn song, and every spring they sent a band to Winterfell to trade for tools and news, carrying with them feathers, furs, and the first blueberries of the milk. The dragons aged, as dragons do, slower than men, but not without end. Ariel's wings whitened, her flight slower. Bright Flame grew heavy and lazy, but he still rose for the spring migration over the wall. Fireland vanished into the eastern mountains, seen once each decade, blazing green in the sunrise. New eggs were rare, and not all hatched, but the line was never broken. The Keepers of the Wing, a guild born of both Bound and Maester, tended the clutches, singing to them each solstice and teaching each rider the old laws of kinship. Never a tool, never a weapon, but always a bond. Bran's tree, now vast as a hall, held secrets none had fully learned. It was said that those who sat beneath it in silence would dream of old times, of direwolves and wildlings, of dragons and snow, of Jon and Sansa, and Arya walking hand in hand beneath the stars. The new maesters claimed it was only the rustling of leaves. Others, that Bran's spirit lingered in its heart. Each autumn, its leaves turned every color known to the realm, and the Bound gathered them as charms against the cold. So the years unfurled, not without hardship, but always with hope. When famine struck the narrow sea, ships sailed from White Harbor, laden with grain and guarded by dragonflight. When disease swept the southern cities, lanterns and bound rode together with healers from every faith and school. When a warlord rose in the east, claiming the blood of the old Night King, the council met beneath the heart tree, and the world's children, dragons, wolves, men and women, marched together, and peace was restored with less blood than any expected. And in every corner of the world, stories blossomed. Children acted out the tale of the long night at midwinter, one playing Jon, one the Night King, the rest the wildlings and dragons and wolves. Songs were sung not only in the halls of Winterfell and King's Landing, but in every village, every ship's deck, every market. The tune changed, the words drifted, but always the chorus returned to a single truth. The light was never won alone, and hope was never wasted. The oldest lived to see 100 winters, their memories a bridge from the age of heroes to the age of peace. When Myra, Elaine's last living child, felt death coming, she called her kin to her side. The bound, lanterns, keepers, Starks, Tyrells, Martells, wildlings, and even a few ironborn gathered beneath the heart tree. Oriel's last flight carried her over Winterfell's walls, her shadow falling across the city and the fields beyond. As the snow fell, Myra sang Jon's song, voice rough but unbowed. When she died, the dragons roared, and the people of the realm, old and young, north and south, free folk and noble, held silence, and then, as if by some old magic, sang as one the song of ice and fire. In the dawn, the heart tree bloomed gold, and the world woke anew, blessed by memory, strengthened by the promise that peace, though never easy, was always worth the keeping. And thus the song continued, unfinished, undiminished, forever waiting for the next voice to join its chorus.